Let me first extend warm welcome to our fellow participants over here and also from Arya College, Jaipur, GIT Jaipur, PDM Institute of Engineering and Technology and World Institute of Technical Solutions. Today we have three sessions, and the first session will be taken by me. That will be on base isolation system. Then the second session would be on community participation and disaster preparedness by Dr. Neelam Gulati Sharma. And in the afternoon, we'll have a session from Mr. M.L. Sharma, who is Chief Fire Officer of Chandigarh. So you are going to have some sharing of the people who have been working in this area in one way or another. As I mentioned before that, the topic on disaster types will keep on continuing in between and whenever we get the opportunity, because that's quite a vast information. Yesterday you had a session from Mr. Amit Goel, and he shared with you some developments and technologies which is taking place in earthquake resistant structures. So it is quite similar to those lines. Whenever we talk of any type of disasters, the question will come to the people later on is that what really then we need to do to counteract their effects. Many times the solutions are very, very simple, and they lie in the very basic principles of physics. See, engineering is all about the application of science. It could be principles of physics or chemistry or mathematics, and you use all those principles or knowledge in the application area. That forms the technology. So in today's session also we will see that what is base isolation, what is its necessity, what's its application, and what have been the usage in the worldwide, or is it only a theoretical issue. But before we discuss about the base isolation, I need to just quickly review some of the important aspects of the earthquake occurrences. Only then we'll be able to understand them better. We all know that earthquakes have already occurred, many. We have seen number of them, most devastating. They keep on occurring and they will continue in the future as well. So whenever any earthquake occurs, it is accompanied by loss of property and humans, and also the other living beings like cattle or animals, etc. So the loss of property is primarily focused on buildings, but simultaneously we also see that when there is a severity of earthquake, then the bridges will also get damaged, and also other structures like water tanks, which are relatively at higher level, and chimneys, etc., they also get damaged. Now two things happen. We always see that there are two aspects. One is the loss of property and second is the loss of human beings. So just to review some devastation happening due to earthquakes, and that's the case of dam failure due to earthquake. So obviously the dam failure doesn't result much into the human losses directly, but the monetary loss is very heavy, and in such case this will also trigger off the flooding, which can result into loss of human beings. So earthquakes, as we said earlier, they will trigger other problems or other disasters also. Now if I ask you a question, which is more important, life or property, I know the answer. It's life. When we say or when we discuss, we always give emphasis on life, but sometime in the life itself we give more emphasis on money or property than the life. Right? So people spend more of the time to earning money and then reducing the value of life, and at the end of the life they spend money to regain that value of life. That's very common feature in most of the people here. So good that we understand that if life is there तो property use कर सकेंगे, अगर life ही नहीं है तो जितनी मर्जी property है वो किसी काम की नहीं है. लेकिन बात ये है कि Now next question is that when earthquake occurs, which is the first to get destroyed, life or property? Property. Very right. So this means that if you have to save life, so you have to save property. तो यहाँ पे property first होगी. Importance is on life, of course. But in order that you meet the first priority, you have to shift the focus on the second priority. So we have to save property first in an effort to save human lives and loss in other kind of losses. So this means that life, yeah, that's what we said. So lives can be only, now you can see here, in this picture that, the rescue team is more trying to find out people who are, buried under the debris. So they are not looking for the products, they're not looking for saving the any valuable atom. Maybe, sometime miscreants will go and try to steal money or gold kind of thing कि कहीं मिल जाएगा तो वो कर देंगे. Those kind of instances also happen. So in order to protect life, we need to first take care of the property. So much of the losses we have already talked about them. Haiti was, as you know, one of the worst disasters ever happened in the world. Now let's see what we can do to save the property. Now this particular topic is focused on protection against earthquake, not any other disaster, right? So as we said earlier that there are seismic waves which do occur in the very first day. We said that because of the faulting, when the strain energy gets released suddenly, that is called the hypocenter, and from which the waves will travel. So obviously the waves will travel from the point of its generation. So what's going to happen is that first the waves will reach the surface, and from the surface then they can travel radially in all directions. So one movement is at the surface of earth and second is within the surface of the earth. We should understand that there are two types of those. So based on that, that's why we say body waves and surface waves. So body waves means within the earth's crust, and surface waves means which travel primarily on the surface. Now necessarily not it is like a travel which we say just like a plain water travel. It's not like that, because waves always have the oscillations form. We all know they are never the state. If we see the frequency and amplitude variation, we all know that they have the variations. So body waves will travel through earth in all directions and to all depths. Now what do we mean by all depth? वो है हमारे पास क्या मार्कर था? And just need to let's see what really goes about it. So if I say this is the say earth, and somewhere here that is the hypocenter where the earthquake is, that center of generation of that. So obviously the waves will travel in all directions. Okay, when they travel in all directions, so because this surface is near, they can reach here, but they will also travel down to these other distances. It's not any kind, the emanation will be from all directions. So if we see that, if you consider a ball, तो जो बॉल का सेंटर में अगर आप कंसीडर करो तो सेंटर से जो वेव्स निकलेंगे वो सारे सरफेस पे रीच करेंगे, but this is not taking place at the center, it's near, somewhere close to the surface. Now what really happens is that the waves which are going in this direction, they will get absorbed because that distance is very very large. So immediately the closest point is vertically above, right? So they will reach here, the waves will also travel in this direction. Now if I consider say this point P, the P point can receive waves from here. The P point will also receive that wave travels up to this place and then it travels up to here. Right? So depending upon the depth of this hypocenter and also the surface distance on the earth, the P point can receive either this to of high intensity or maybe this from high intensity. Right? So that is what actually takes place in the. So these are the surface waves and these are the body. The body waves travel through Earth in all directions, as we said, in all depths, and surface waves will propagation is limited to a volume of rock within few seismic wavelength of Earth's surface. Again, body waves are of two types. One is compressive waves and second is shear waves. Compression we all understand. Simple compression. The civil engineering people, they always are trying to destroy the specimen in the labs. Concrete cube के sample बनाया, crush किया. So that's a compression. Likewise, any metal or that's a compression. Shear, if those who have studied soil mechanics, they understand shear. The shear is a tangential movement between the two surfaces, right? So it's not a linear compression, it's a tangential. जैसे हम cards को करते हैं shuffle, so this the friction between two cards is the shear force. So you have a compression waves and you have shear waves. The compression waves will result into the compression and shear waves will result into shear forces development. So then we have P waves, which are compression waves. They are similar to sound waves. What is a sound wave? Like I speak, those who are here, they are receiving my sound. So the travel.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So, are you asking about sound waves? Is it a question for we people?
Oh, if you wish to answer, you can participate. Yes.
Okay, sir.
You
The
can.
sound waves, what I think it is the waves when tectonic plates are impinging or the impact is there in the earth. So there are some waves because of this impact. These are the sound waves. So the wavefront comes out till the surface. It is sound wave.
Okay, let me give you a little more explanation about that.
Yes, sir. Please.
On board, you have say we all know that if some signals, wave is a basically type of signal, so it is going to reach you. There are two type of signal. One is the signal which requires some medium. Another is signal which may not require medium. Sound wave is a signal which will require a medium. What exactly happens is that when the sound wave is generated here, so in the atmosphere or air, we have some particles, the gas particles itself. So the wave would, pass on the energy to one particle. This particle is going to strike to the next, and of course revert back, and then by contact, this keeps on passing to the next particle, and then reversal. So this means that the propagation of sound will take place by physical contact of the matter which is present in the air, right? So if there is no matter present in the air, or that means if you precisely say it is a vacuum, so no sound travels in vacuum, we all know that. So the propagation of sound requires medium to be present, and it is by virtue of that the compression takes place. The first particle compresses the next one, comes back, second dust to the next one, that comes back. It's something like, if you see what really goes in a vehicle street, if the vehicles move from the signal out, so all vehicles don't move at the same time. So one first will move, the second. So it's a kind of back wave compression. A similar kind of phenomena takes place in the sound wave propagation. So this means that the P waves which you are talking about, they will travel through the medium. So obviously, now let me ask you, sound wave is higher in steel or in air? Steel. Ah, very terribly good, because the contact of steel particle is far better than in air. Yes. What is going to happen in liquids? Water. What speed of sound in air? Yes. 330 meters per second. I did precisely. So this is a mass particle motion in direction of propagation of wave. So in the direction which may be moving, the mass particle movement will take place. P waves will also cause momentarily volume changes in material. Momentary means, because during a very short period when it is compressing the next one, there will be small compression, very small compression which will take place, which will be recoverable, because by the next time it has imparted energy to the next particle, so it will be recoverable. But this means that important issue is that change in volume would take place even it takes place for a very short period of time. They are longitudinal in nature. P waves are longitudinal in nature. They are pressure waves that are produced by earthquake, and they can travel through any type of material, or maybe soil, maybe rock or mineral or whatever it is. So it can travel through any type, solids or liquids also. We all know that the central portion of earth crust is a molten liquid form, right? Mass particle motion of a P wave is in direction of propagation of wave. When we say direction of propagation of wave, we are primarily saying that the movement is in the direction of movement. जैसे कुछ waves की movement जो होती है, they also impart sideways forces sideways and then keep moving further. जैसे हमने कल cyclone की बात की थी, so इससे two-way movements are taking place. They can nearly travel at a speed twice of S waves, and in air they take form of sound waves and hence they travel at the speed of sound. Of course, this is not very directly applicable in our case, because the propagation of earthquake forces is within the earth crust, so it doesn't travel through the air practically. So typical speeds is 330 meter per second in air, as someone pointed out, 1450 in water, and 5000 meter per second in granite. Then comes these S waves or secondary waves. S wave also, S means shear also. So shear waves, they are transverse in nature. So transverse in nature means in the direction of movement they are going, they will induce forces perpendicular to the direction of movement as well. That is a transverse. Like if we say the road orientation in the direction we move is the longitudinal and sideways is the transverse. So typically P waves follow during an earthquake and displaces the ground perpendicular to the direction of propagation. So occasionally these are actually polarized. Polarization is the same phenomena, but the important thing is that S waves can travel only through solids. Only through solids. So they cannot travel through fluids. Fluids include all liquids and gases. Why so? Because fluids don't support shear stresses. If you know, those who study soil mechanics, they know that the shear strength of water is more or less negligible, zero. You keep on adding more water to the soil, the shear strength keep reducing to the brink of zero. So this means that if S phase passes through the liquids, so they are bound to get perished. They will not be able to transmit through that. And this aspect is actually made use to absorb the earthquake forces. S waves are slower than P waves, and speed is typically around 60% of P waves in any given material. So there would be variation actually depending upon the material, whether it's a solid rock or soil, but approximately it is 60% speed than compared to P waves. So depending upon the direction of polarization, if it is vertical this way polarization, then it is called SV. If it is polarization in this side, then it is called SH. So they can be both type, vertically polarized and horizontally polarized. They will result in distortion of shape, but no volume change. This is important. We remember for P waves we said there will be momentary volume changes, but in this case there will not be volume changes, but there will be change in the shape of the material which they are going to strike, and velocity is nearly that of dependent on shear strength of the material. Then of course there's a little more type of explanation about the surface waves. They are analogous to similar to water waves and travel through. If you see the water wave movement, the water wave movement is also very typical. If you observe the movement of water in ocean, you can see that ripple formation taking place, and then when they reach the destination end point, then there's a kind of retreatal back to the point. So they travel slower than the P and S waves which we talked was the body waves, right? Now we are talking about the surface waves. The impact that reaches the surface and travels through the surface, that nature of that type of waves. So you have they travel slower than body waves. Why so? Because when they reach the body, on one side is solid, the second is air, right? So they are not in a single medium. Remember now, जो क्रस्ट के अंदर है वो तो सारा सॉलिड के थ्रू उनकी मूवमेंट है, जब वो लेवल पे आगे सरफेस पे तो नीचे उनके जो है वन साइड इज now the medium is actually an interface of air and solid. So obviously that air interface is going to affect them. So they will travel slower than body waves because of their low frequency and long duration and larger amplitude. And they can be most destructive type of seismic waves. Disturbance at free surface of a medium propagates away from source, partly as seismic waves moves out. Then there is a further sub-classification, that is Rayleigh wave and Love waves. I'm going to show you some figure which will make it much more clear. If you see the top one, the top figure is a body wave and the bottom is a surface wave. Let me see if we have, okay, we have that. So body waves, you can see, we said the body waves do result in small compression, right? And surface waves will result into distortion of shape. So if you broadly see the two figures, the top figure is no direct distortion of shape is there, that is less prominent, and in the bottom there is more prominence of the distortion of shape. So there are two ways. One is a P wave which we said, and the top figure shows you the P wave and the bottom is showing you the S wave. The effect of P wave is such that when the first point which will be touched by the earthquake waves will be the building foundation, right? Because that is the place, that is the component which is in contact with the soil. So all earthquakes wave that means are going to first get in contact with the building foundation or any structural foundation, and from the foundation then because the other part of the structure of building is resting on the foundation, then the travel of the waves will take place from the foundation to upward. So that means the movement is from bottom to upward. Now this is what is explaining the first figure, that through the compression, successive compression that takes place, the forces will keep traveling up to the top. So this shows you the gradual build up of the transmission of P wave effect on a building, multi-story building. The second one is showing you the effect of S waves, that is surface waves. The surface waves is going to cause upon oscillation. So you can see that the building gets distortion here, and then it keeps on moving up, and from this verticality, finally when the S waves have reached up to the top, this kind of movement, oscillatory movement, would have taken place in the building, right? Then comes the surface wave effect. So depending on, as we said, there could be a horizontal polarization and there could be a vertical polarization. So if you have a vertical polarization, then you can observe the effect in the bottom figure. If the vertical polarization is prominent, that is what is going to happen. And if the horizontal polarization also take place, so it could be this kind of distortion. Now this means the oscillations here are moving in horizontal direction as well as in vertical direction. So if you see the four types of the waves, two of the body waves type and two of the surface wave types, now we can see that their effect is multitude, multiple effect. Some waves are causing simple compression, some waves are resulting into the change of the shape, and then some wave are causing the oscillation. So this means that it's not a simple phenomena which takes place when any earthquake strikes any building foundation. So if that be the case, then the problem becomes more complex to be handled. Now when earthquake occurs, seismographs near epicenter, we have installed seismographs, the departments of earthquake engineering and the NIDM and other institutions, to monitor what is the strength. They have installed the seismograph. Seismograph is equipment which will measure the intensity of earthquake. Now if it is near epicenter, epicenter is again point on the near surface of the earth, they are able to record both P and S phase. But if they are greater distances, then they are no longer able to detect high frequency of the first S wave. First S wave means directly at the source where it was generated. Then the uh, composition or nature of waves may change in terms of frequency or amplitude. So thereby now we come to define what base isolation is. So if I simply say that you understand that the transmission of forces takes place from the foundation. The foundation can be termed as the base of a building, right? Isolation means keeping separate from the other things. Like in prison, the prisoner is in isolated cell, दूसरों से दूर रखा गया है, dangerous है. So isolation, base isolation, which is also known as seismic isolation or base isolation system, is a collection of structural elements which should substantially decouple a superstructure from its substructure, resting on a shaking ground, thus protecting a building or non-building structure's integrity. So decoupling means, the couple in technical term is not ये दूसरा कपल नहीं है, ये वो जोड़ा, जो कपल का मतलब तो जोड़ा ही होता है. तो जो मोमेंटम होता है उसमें आपको पता है लीवर आर्म और फोर्स दोनों का प्रोडक्ट है, तो दोनों को सेपरेट कर दिया। अगर लीवर आर्म कम होगी तो भी मोमेंटम कम हो जाएगा, अगर फोर्स कम हो गया तो भी मोमेंटम कम हो जाएगा। तो ये डीकपल वर्ड ठीक है यहाँ पे। सो you are isolating the superstructure from the substructure. Now that's something very, at the first instance you feel that how it can be feasible, how, because superstructure, we have been always told since we studied in engineering, superstructure is resting on substructure. So how you can isolate a substructure from the superstructure? We are doing some type of objective isolation. It is not total isolation, it's a objective isolation. So it's a isolation against the earthquake forces. वो हम देखेंगे कैसे की जाती है। तो ये तो अभी हमने डिस्कस किया, बिल्डिंग जब डायरेक्टली सपोर्ट है तो फोर्स ऑफ, so this means that the base isolation device will have to be placed at a level normally between the building base or the ground, so that it can minimize the effect of the forces. It can minimize up to 1/2 to 1/3. If say magnitude of the force is a P, then a base isolation system can reduce it to half of the P or up to 1/3 of the P. I'm not referring to P to the linear force, but any kind of force, either momentum or compression or whatever we are talking about. So it can reduce the intensity to half. So that means our job is done if it is possible. So अगर आपका intensity of 8 का भी earthquake है, तो उसके अगर वो उसके forces को half कर देगा, so you are in safe zone. So you don't have to worry about that. The basic concept is that we introduce soft material at the foundations, which will cut off high frequency components into the structure, and seems a good idea logically. Now that's it. Let's not now think. I just want to think you not in technical terms now, because we have people from all disciplines. I ask you a question, simple question. Which is stronger, cotton or iron? Iron is stronger, right? Now if you have a brick falling on you and you cover yourself with iron, what is the likelihood of the impact? आप लेटे हुए अपने ऊपर एक आयरन की प्लेट रख दी, सिर के ऊपर, सिर बचाना है, सिर के ऊपर घर में थाली पड़ी है वो रख दिया और ऊपर आयरन की प्लेट आ गया, कुछ ब्रिक गिर गया, तो व्हाट विल बी द इम्पैक्ट? इज इट सेविंग यू? सराहना रख दो, इज इट सेविंग यू? विच इज स्ट्रॉन्गर? Don't say cotton is stronger. Cotton is effective, right? So it's a soft material. It is going to be absorbent. It acts as an absorbent, right? So logically, if you are able to actually introduce some soft material between a force between a plane which is imparting force and a plane which is receiving force, if you place a soft material between these two, then this means the absorption will take place. So that's very logical, simple. A soft material कुछ introduce कर दो, लेकिन सॉफ्ट मटेरियल अगर आप इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे, यहाँ तो हो गया आपका काम। अब बिल्डिंग में सॉफ्ट मटेरियल कैसे कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि ऊपर से तो लोड आना है, तो सॉफ्ट मटेरियल कंप्रेस हो जाएगा। if I try keeping a layer of the cotton like this, रुई की मैं लेयर लगा तो कंप्रेस हो जाएंगी, and gradually they will lose its effectiveness. But still definitely it is going to be effective compared to the other matters. So this kind of base isolation system actually works in passive structural vibration control technologies. पैसिव स्ट्रक्चरल वाइब्रेशन कंट्रोल। तो जो वाइब्रेशंस इंट्रोड्यूस होती हैं बिकॉज ऑफ द अर्थक्वेक्स, दे विल बी absorbed by the base isolation system. Let us see how it is going to work. अगर आप थ्योरेटिकली स्केटर, आप रोलर स्केटिंग तो देखा है स्केट्स के ऊपर, so what happens is that you imply, अगर आप कोई स्केट के ऊपर खड़ा है तो थोड़ा सा पुश करोगे तो it will just keep moving, right? स्केट इज एन इंट्रोडक्शन, लेकिन अगर आप स्केट के ऊपर नहीं है, अगर आप ग्राउंड के ऊपर हैं तो आप गिरोगे, अगर कोई आपको धक्का देगा तो आप गिर जाओगे, सिंपल, क्योंकि आप रगड़ के भी सीधे नहीं जाओगे, so you will likely to fall. बट इफ यू इंट्रोड्यूस, अगर उसके स्केट के ऊपर है धक्का दोगे तो वो मूव कर जाएगा विदाउट फॉलिंग, राइट? इट कैन मूव, जेंटल पुश हम कह रहे हैं। सडन दोगे तो वैसे स्केट वाला वैसे भी कर सकते हैं। तो अगर हम बिल्डिंग को ऐसे रोलर्स के ऊपर लगा दें तो, और उसके ऊपर जो अर्थक्वेक के फोर्स से जो धक्का लगेगा, तो बिल्डिंग कैन सिंपली मूव, इट कैन मूव without falling down or without getting damaged. You need to of course control the movement, क्योंकि अर्थक्वेक फोर्स इतना होगा, अगर उसको फ्री मूवमेंट दे दोगे वो तो चली जाएगी 100 मीटर, तो वहां पे तो एक और बिल्डिंग खड़ी होगी, तो इट विल गोइंग टू स्ट्राइक द बिल्डिंग। बट that's basic principle we need to understand, that we have a principle that if you have a roller, the object which is supported on roller can safely slide on it, right? Now of course you need to work out further, but that is the basic principle. So if you ground shakes, the rollers freely roll, and that can be one thing which can be done. Now I'm not sure whether, did you see this figure yesterday? No? Okay. Now this is something which is showing you a rigid building, fixed building, जिसकी फाउंडेशन और वो उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। तो जब अर्थक्वेक फोर्सेस आया which is shown in this direction, तो we all know relative मूवमेंट होती है, तो बिल्डिंग की अपोजिट डायरेक्शन में मूवमेंट होगी। So this is what is going to happen to a building. So building is going to sway in this direction. That is a case of a fixed building. Now if you have, so this is going to shake violently. Contrarily, if I have this building which is resting on roller, what is going to happen? This is of course hypothetical case. This is going to move, but what is going to happen, जब उसकी मूवमेंट ज़्यादा हो जाएगी तो इसको यहाँ पे कंटेन करना पड़ेगा, ताकि बिल्कुल फ्री नहीं होने चाहिए। जो स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं ना, उनको बिल्कुल फ्री छोड़ दो तो नोटी खराब हो जाते हैं, थोड़ा सा कंट्रोल करना पड़ता है। तो ये ऐसे ही ये इसको रेगुलेशन देना पड़ेगा कि सो यू हैव टू प्रोवाइड सफिशिएंट स्पेस फॉर द बिल्डिंग मूवमेंट एंड आल्सो प्रोवाइड कंटेनमेंट so that it the movement is restricted from the functional aspects. So that's what is going to happen for a hypothetical case. The gap which is to be given vertically is need to be controlled. तो हम क्या करते हैं, जहाँ पे बिल्डिंग ने जाके स्ट्राइक करना है तो वहाँ पे भी एक डैम्पर लगा देंगे, and so that when it is going to strike there, the force is absorbed. Building will not move with the ground here. The first case, building was moving with the ground. That is what is going to happen if you have a fixed building and if you have a building which is having the base isolation system. Now see the difference. The right one is a normal case. The building is going to sway, right, or get inclined. But here this was a rigid foundation resting directly on the ground. Now here this foundation and the building, they are separated by base isolation system. Okay, so it is the base isolation system which is going to sway and building is going to remain vertical. Okay, so it's like acting as a parent. छोटा सा है लेकिन बिल्डिंग का पेरेंट की तरह एक्ट कर रहा है ना, जैसे पेरेंट्स होते हैं बच्चों के ऊपर तकलीफ नहीं आने देते, सारी अपने ऊपर ले लेते हैं, तो ऐसे ही ये बेस आइसोलेशन सिस्टम है। तो अब ये बिल्डिंग के उसके सारे अपने ऊपर ले लेगा, खुद ये डिफ्लेक्ट हो गया लेकिन बिल्डिंग को इसने, so that is the basic principle of the base isolation system. Now we need to know that what goes in to make here what you see here is, ये क्या चीज है। अब आपके मन में अब ये हमें पता होना चाहिए भी ये क्या चीज है। अब ये तो क्लियर है कि ऐसा हो सकता है, जरा पूछो जी उनसे जो क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं हमारे जीआईटी वाले। हाँ जी साहब, ये हो सकता है अभी जो हमने कहा, हो सकता है कि नहीं?
सर एक्चुअली हमारी कनेक्टिविटी नहीं थी, अभी लाइट चली गई थी, तो आप रिपीट एक बार कर दें क्वेश्चन, वी विल आंसर।
कहाँ से लाइट गई आपकी?
हमारे यहाँ पर लाइट चली गई थी सेंटर पे।
नहीं, वो क्या बात कर रहे थे जब लाइट गई? क्या किस मुकाम पे थे जब लाइट गई?
हाँ नहीं, पाँच एक मिनट पहले गई थी लाइट, तो डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया था हमारा यहाँ से सिस्टम।
2 मिनट पहले लाइट चली गई थी।
अच्छा देखो, ये डिपेंड करता है इंटरेस्ट पे, किसी को 2 मिनट भी 5 लग रहे हैं, किसी को 5 भी शायद 2 लग रहे हैं। तो जब वक्त कभी कभी लंबा हो जाता है जरूर से ज्यादा। चलिए मैं क्विकली आपको ये बताता हूँ कि क्या हमने डिस्कस किया। तो ये देखिए, हम ये डिस्कस ये कर रहे थे मेनली, आपको पी वेव्स और एस वेव्स का तो पता चल गया, बॉडी वेव्स और वो सरफेस वेव्स, राइट। नाउ वी आर डिस्कसिंग दैट अगर बिल्डिंग नॉर्मली डायरेक्टली ग्राउंड के ऊपर रेस्ट करेगी, जैसे कन्वेंशनली होता है, नीचे फाउंडेशन है ऊपर बिल्डिंग है, सो व्हेन दी forces from earthquake comes, they are going to transmit in one direction, so building is going to get deflected in another direction. तो ये बिल्डिंग वायलेंटली शेक करेगी क्योंकि जो earthquake forces है they come in frequencies. So this will be the orientation of the building, so it will not be able to remain any longer vertical, so it is going to sway, which is finally going to result into the fractures, cracking or separation of structural component. अब अगर हम बिल्डिंग को हाइपोथेटिकली मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, अगर हम इसको एक रोलर सिस्टम के ऊपर रख देंगे, तो ये रोलर सिस्टम से क्या होगा, जब फोर्सेस इस डायरेक्शन में जाएंगे लेफ्ट टू राइट, तो बिल्डिंग ऑटोमेटिकली रिवर्स डायरेक्शन में मूव कर जाएगी, रिलेटिव मूवमेंट बिकॉज ऑफ द रोलर्स। हाँ, जब मूव करेगी तो जब ये ज्यादा मूव कर जाएगी तो यहाँ पे जाके जो उसकी प्रोटेक्शन है इसको स्ट्राइक करेगी। सो वी नीड टू गिव सम स्पेस फॉर दैट, अलाउ दैट मूवमेंट टू बी अलाउड, एंड वी आल्सो नीड टू देन provide a kind of damper so that when it strikes over there, the force is not, it doesn't result into the impact, so it is being absorbed that, so a damper will be provided. So this will be a hypothetical building case where, which is on the roller. Now we are going to talk of a complete base isolation system. So on the right side is a normal building, multi-story building, you can see it's a 5-story over here, and it is having foundation. इसकी ये फाउंडेशन है जो ग्राउंड के ऊपर डायरेक्टली रेस्ट कर रही है। अब क्योंकि बिल्डिंग फाउंडेशन और जो सुपर स्ट्रक्चर है वो दोनों इकट्ठे जुड़े हुए हैं, तो जब ये इनका शेकिंग होगा ग्राउंड का, तो बिल्डिंग विल आल्सो शेक, एक बार इधर को जाएगी दूसरी बार उधर को भी जा सकती है। सो दिस इज वन साइड। तो ये वर्टिकल थी, अब ये शेक होके ऐसे होगी। लेकिन जब हमने इसमें बेस आइसोलेशन सिस्टम लगा दिया जो नीचे, तो ये आपका फ्रेम स्ट्रक्चर अलग है और नीचे आपका ये फाउंडेशन आ गई ब्लू कलर में जो है, और ये बीच में एक बेस आइसोलेशन सिस्टम है। So what is going to happen, that the base isolation system is going to absorb those forces and the building is going to remain more or less near vertical, because वो जो इंक्लिनेशन था वो आप नीचे देख रहे हैं कि वो बेस आइसोलेशन खुद इंक्लाइन हो गया. So this is what exactly a base isolation system will do when any building is having that base isolation system. Now question comes first, ये अभी मैं आपसे यही पूछ रहा था कि ये लॉजिकल लगता है आपको? तो पता चला आपकी बिजली नहीं थी यहाँ पे,
हाँ
जीआई.
सर, तो ये लॉजिकल तो लगता है, लेकिन कॉस्ट ऑफ द बिल्डिंग विल बी वेरी हाई.
नहीं नहीं, वो आपका प्री जजमेंट है ना, ऐसा नहीं है. अभी हम आगे उसकी बात करेंगे ना, क्या कॉस्टिंग है क्या है. अभी शादी भी तो कितनी महंगी होती है, फिर भी करते हैं लोग.
राइट
सारे
सर, ये
करते हैं कि नहीं?
इफेक्टिव तो है. हाँ, ये
उसका उसका आउटकम भी पता होता है, फिर भी करते हैं.
दैट इज राइट सर, बट
तो
ये
इसका आउटकम तो पॉजिटिव ही
पॉसिबल.
है, इसका तो आउटकम पॉजिटिव है ना,
हाँ,
और
बिल्कुल.
डेफिनेट भी है. तो ये तो फिर करना ज्यादा लॉजिकल लगता है. ओके, नाउ लेट अस सी व्हाट, जो हमने पहले फिगर दिखाई थी जिसमें वो लगाया था हमने रोलर. तो रोलर की जगह अगर हमने ये आइसोलेटर लगा दिया नीचे, so this is what is going to happen, that forces which are now induced to the building, they would be up to 5 to 6 times smaller than those on a regular case. जो ऊपर वाला केस में नीचे जहाँ बेस आइसोलेटर लगा दिया, और जो बेस आइसोलेटर है उसके अंदर लार्जर मूवमेंट होगी. सो बेस आइसोलेटर शुड बी डिजाइन टू टेक अप दैट मूवमेंट. नाउ दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस. और बिल्डिंग की मूवमेंट स्मॉलर होगी. तो रोलर से हम इम्प्रूव कर दिया, क्योंकि रोलर से तो बिल्कुल फ्री हो गया, अब इसमें थोड़ा डिसिप्लिन इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिया. नाउ सी व्हाट कैन बी द बेस आइसोलेटर सिस्टम टाइप. तो यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हो, ये आपको मैं, ये जो फिगर है ये वाला, जिसमें प्लेट्स नज़र आ रही हैं, ये एक बेस आइसोलेटर सिस्टम है. इसमें सेंटर में लेड प्लग है, और ये यहाँ पर प्लेट्स हैं जो हॉरिजेंटल ग्रे कलर और ब्लू कलर है. these are plates, these are metallic plates, and then in between the plate it is filled with the flexible material. Actually we are going to attack the problem in multifold ways. वो कैसे? जैसे हमने कहा था सरफेस वेव्स हैं और बॉडी वेव्स हैं, तो उनकी नेचर डिफरेंट है. तो जो फ्लेक्सिबल मटेरियल है, जैसे हम कॉर्क होता है फ्लेक्सिबल मटेरियल, so they will get compressed when the forces come, and then they can regain the shape when the forces are released. So now very high quality material which are called elastomers, जैसे एक रबर है, आपका रबर होता है तो उसको आप बेंड कर सकते हो, and it will just distort the shape, and जब आप उसको छोड़ दोगे तो वापस आ जाएगा. तो उसी टाइप का ये मटेरियल है जिसको हम फ्लेक्सिबल मटेरियल है. लेड प्लग इज गोइंग टू एब्जॉर्ब सर्टेन टिपिकल टाइप ऑफ फ्रीक्वेंसीज, क्योंकि हमने अलग अलग फ्रीक्वेंसीज हैं, और उसको स्ट्रेंथ देने के लिए सारा ये बीच में मेटल और स्टील प्लेट्स इंट्रोड्यूस करी हैं. सो व्हेन यू आर गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड दिस kind of arrangement, number of those base isolators below the building, so when the this normal section will take the shape of this section which is shown on the right when the earthquake forces take place, but without failing. तो जब वो फोर्सेस खत्म हो जाएंगे तो इट इज एबल टू कम बैक टू इट्स शेप, एंड टू सम टाइम इट मे बी एबल, थोड़ा सा परमानेंट डिफ्लेक्शन हो सकता रह जाए. सो दैट इज ए वेरी बेसिक concept of a base isolator system. Let me mention that this was devised from bridge bearings. अभी थोड़ा टाइम कम है, वो ब्रिज बीयरिंग के कंसेप्ट से मैं आपको. तो ये क्या करेगा, जो रिश्टर स्केल 8 का अर्थक्वेक है उसको वो 5.5 के बराबर का दे देगा. तो व्हेन अगर वो 5.5 जैसा हो जाएगा, सो दिस मीन्स के 5.5 इज नॉट डैमेजिंग, so your building is safe. If you have put it that. Now my simple basic So 3 to 6 times they get reduced by isolator, and 8 to 12 times reduction है up to they reach the top. डस्ट बेस आइसोलेशन मेक्स बिल्डिंग प्रूफ. अब मैं ये बाद में करूंगा, एक मैं बीच में आपको वीडियो दिखाना चाहता हूँ कि जब बेस आइसोलेशन सिस्टम होता है तो कैसे एक्शन होता है, बिकॉज लॉट मच एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन हैज बीन डन. तो एक आपको वीडियो दिखाएंगे जिसमें एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन है, मॉडल बनाया बिल्डिंग का, और उसको फिर एक नॉर्मल केस है और एक बेस आइसोलेशन वाला केस है. सेकंड वाली दिखाएंगे, ये नहीं,
टेस्टिंग ऑफ,
हाँ ये जो शेकिंग वाली है ना, यही है शायद.
देखिए ये सर्कन एंड
नहीं वो वाली दिखाओ टेस्टिंग, ये दिखाओ. So you can see that there are two model. ये एक मॉडल है, इसके ऊपर कोई बेस आइसोलेशन सिस्टम नहीं है. जो भी आपने देखा, तो जब इसको अर्थ के फोर्सेस लगेंगे तो इसकी शेकिंग ऐसे हुई. खत्म होगी. Now you can see that there are two models. आपको दो मॉडल इसमें नजर आएंगे, एक बेस आइसोलेशन सिस्टम पे है और एक बिना बेस आइसोलेशन सिस्टम पे है. जो हाई स्टोरेज वाला है वो बेस आइसोलेशन सिस्टम पे है, और कम स्टोरेज वाला ये देखिए, ये नीचे से शेकिंग किया है और उसका ये इफेक्ट हो रहा है उसके ऊपर. नाउ यू कैन सी जो आपका राइट वाला था मॉडल, उसकी स्वे बहुत कम है, डिस्पाइट दैट इट हैज गॉट मच मोर हाइट एज कंपेयर टू द अदर वन. सो व्हेन दिस so this type of models actually were tested giving forces of different intensity, giving them a combination of surfaces. So while the system crumbled under the forces, this system is still sustaining and safely back to its position. So this is called actually kinematic base isolation. Kinematic is the word we know that it is associated with the movement of forces. Now अब मैं आपसे वो पूछता हूँ, जो कह रहे थे ये खर्चा होता है, तो अभी जो आपने बिल्डिंग पे खर्चा किया था अब वो जीरो हो गया जब बिल्डिंग गिर गई. आपने अब 25-30 लाख लगा के बिल्डिंग बनाई, तो ऐसे केस में तो वो 1 लाख भी नहीं रह गया अगर गिर गई तो, और खर्चा और देना पड़ेगा उसको उठाने का, मलबा माइनस. और अगर आपने मान लो 25-30 लाख वहां लगाया और 1-2 लाख रुपया इधर लगा दिया और वो 25-30 लाख रुपया आपने बचा लिया, तो क्या आप करना चाहोगे? जीआईटी उन्होंने पूछा था ना, उनसे जवाब लेते हैं. हाँ जी मैडम.
Yes, sir.
अब वो साइड में चले गए. अच्छा
अरे सर मैं साइड में नहीं हूँ,
तो यही
आइए.
लेकिन मेरा जो मानना था वो ये था कि दिस वाज नॉट एनी क्रॉस टॉक फ्रॉम माय साइड.
नहीं
आई वाज जस्ट टॉकिंग.
अरे बिल्कुल नहीं, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है. हम तो जो है ना कोशिश कर रहे हैं भी आप हंसते खेलते जो है ना ये प्रोग्राम जो है लर्निंग भी करें और जरा थोड़ा सा रिफ्रेश भी रहें, क्योंकि वर्ड डिजास्टर जो है बड़ा डेंजरस है. ये ना हो कि डिजास्टर के नीचे दब जाए हम. तो बताइए साहब अब.
जी सर. हाँ जी, मैं जो बात करना चाह रहा था वो ये था कि अभी जो फिजिबिलिटी की अगर अपन बात करते हैं तो ये जो बिल्डिंग अभी जो हमने हाइपोथेटिकल बिल्डिंग का मॉडल बताया था, ये ड्यू टू द कॉस्ट, जो मॉडल अभी वायबल है, जो मॉडल नीचे हम रोलर्स लगा के, और जिसको हमने बताया कि रिटर स्केल पर हम जो 8.5 का 5.5 में हम चेंज कर देते हैं, इस ड्यू टू दिस न्यू मॉडल। तो अभी जो बिल्डिंग्स बन रही है इंडिया में भी, मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग्स बहुत सारी बन रही है, लेकिन वो इस हाइपोथेटिकल मॉडल बेस्ड नहीं बन रही है, बिकॉज ऑफ द कॉस्ट ओनली, बिकॉज ऑफ द कॉस्ट। सो इसलिए मैं कॉस्ट इफेक्टिवनेस की बात कर रहा था, इकोनॉमिकल की बात इसीलिए कर रहा था, बिकॉज ऑफ द कॉस्ट अभी जो हाइपोथेटिकल मॉडल आपने शो किया उस पर बेस्ड बिल्डिंग्स नहीं बन रही है। तो केवल कॉस्ट की वजह से ऐसा नहीं हो पा रहा है।
नहीं, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, वो बन रही है, बनी है एक्चुअली।
अगर
बनी
ये कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव, हेलो,
नहीं, सुन ली मैंने आपकी बात, सुन लिया। अब आपने क्योंकि वो पूछा कि बन रही है नहीं बन रही, तो आपको मैं थोड़ा बता दूं इसकी थोड़ी सी हिस्ट्री। सिंपल क्या है कि यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ रुड़की में बहुत पहले, जबकि आइसोलेशन सिस्टम डिवाइस नहीं थे, तो किन्हीं प्रोफेसर ने, उनका नाम मैं भूल गया हूँ, तो उन्होंने सिंपल एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन ये किया कि जो आपके टायर्स होते हैं ना, बड़े टायर्स ट्रक वगैरह के, जो वेस्ट टायर हो जाते हैं,
यस,
तो उनको काट के, उनको फ्लैटन करके, तो उनकी एक लेयर लगा दी फाउंडेशन और उसमें बिल्डिंग की। हाँ,
राइट,
so that was found to be effective to absorb the forces because
यस,
हाँ, तो वो कॉस्ट इफेक्टिवनेस के लिए उन्होंने ब्रॉडली ये क्रूड मॉडलिंग शुरू किया, एंड दे फाउंड दैट इट इज गोइंग टू बी रीजनेबली मतलब अब जितना को उसकी कैपेसिटी है वो उतना ही काम करेगा, तो इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू result into too much expectation which can be we have from a proper base isolation system। तो अगर आप कुछ नहीं, अगर इस तरह के भी मेजर्स, आप जो ओल्ड टायर हैं उनको कटिंग करके उसको आप उसके अंदर इंट्रोड्यूस कर देते हैं, सो बिकॉज दी फोर्सेस हैज टू ट्रांसमिट थ्रू दी रबर, ये भी रबर ही होती है, तो उसमें कुछ इसमें एब्जॉर्प्शन हो जाएगी। द नंबर ऑफ मल्टीपल लेयर डालने की, क्योंकि उसकी सिंगल की थिकनेस सफिशिएंट नहीं है, so you can have on the multiple layers। So this type of experimentation were done, and then the efforts, definitely I agree with you that if it comes to individuals, we are always looking for solutions which are within our reach, otherwise we are able to take risk। जब होगा तो देखा जाएगा, ये हमारी ह्यूमन साइकोलॉजी है, ठीक है। और ये तो हमारे व्हीकल्स, जब हम खड़े ट्रक देखते हैं, कोई किसी की वो कमानी टूट गई, तो वो तब तक रगड़ते रहते हैं जब तक वो टूटती नहीं है, तो टूटती है तो नुकसान ज़्यादा होता है। तो बहुत सारी जो बिल्डिंग्स थी जो पहले डैमेज हुई, व्हेन दे वर रीबिल्ट, देन बिकॉज दे वर प्रेस्टिजियस, सो दे स्टार्टेड विद द इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द बेस आइसोलेशन सिस्टम। जैसे हमारे भुज में बनी थी बिल्डिंग, उसके बाद ये कुछ बिल्डिंग्स हैं जिनके नीचे बेस आइसोलेशन सिस्टम्स हैं। लॉस एंजलिस सिटी हॉल, सैन फ्रांसिस्को सिटी हॉल, और ये सारी इनकी डिटेल्स हैं, अभी मैं रीड तो नहीं करूँगा इनकी क्या क्या है, लेकिन और इवन बहुत पहले जो हम क्रूड एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन की बात कर रहे हैं, सो म्यूजियम ऑफ साइरस, द ओल्डेस्ट इज द ओल्डेस्ट बेस आइसोलेटेड स्ट्रक्चर इन द वर्ल्ड। सो उस टाइम इंजीनियरिंग नहीं थी, बट कॉमन सेंस तो सबके पास थी। अभी engineering is not only technical knowledge, it's also application, keeping using your common sense also in the application। तो ये एजेस, हंड्रेड्स ऑफ सेंचुरीज से पहले भी उन्होंने बेस आइसोलेशन सिस्टम यूज किए हुए हैं। तो अब ये क्वेश्चन ये आता है, हमारे इंडिया में, बॉम्बे में, भुज में काफ़ी सारी हॉस्पिटल बिल्डिंग है, उसमें बेस आइसोलेटर सिस्टम यूज किए गए हैं। बेस आइसोलेटर सिस्टम में कुछ वेरिएशंस की जाती हैं और कुछ सॉल्यूशन सिंपल हैं। जो सबसे सिंपल सॉल्यूशन है, अभी थोड़ा टाइम कम होने से मैं आपको ज़्यादा के बारे में नहीं बता रहा, आप ये देखिए, ये चीज़ आप देखते हैं ब्रिजेस के नीचे, विच इज़ मैंडेटरी। ब्रिजेस में हम लोग बियरिंग प्रोवाइड करते हैं, बियरिंग, ब्रिज बियरिंग इसलिए प्रोवाइड की जाती है क्योंकि जो कंक्रीट स्लैब है उसकी मूवमेंट होती है ड्यू टू टेम्परेचर, फिर उसके ऊपर व्हीकल्स होते हैं, उनकी वाइब्रेशंस होती हैं। तो अगर ये मूवमेंट अलाउ नहीं करेंगे तो वहाँ पे आपका जो नीचे का सुपर स्ट्रक्चर है और जो सब स्ट्रक्चर के बीच में कॉन्टैक्ट है वहाँ पे फोर्सेस डेवलप होंगे और उसकी वजह से क्रैकिंग और डैमेज शुरू हो जाएंगे। तो एक ही प्रिंसिपल होता है ऐसी मूवमेंट को, अलाउ देम टू take place safely. You may not be able to control the movements, but you have to find out a vent or channel for them to do happen safely. तो हम मूवमेंट्स को कंट्रोल नहीं कर रहे, उनको रिस्ट्रिक्ट नहीं कर रहे, उनकी जो मूवमेंट है उसको सेफ पैसेज दे रहे हैं। तो आज के यूथ में भी यही प्रॉब्लम है। द एजुकेशन सिस्टम faces the challenge that youth have got energy, they need to be directed for a positive and meaningful direction and not let it go waste which results in nothing. तो ऐसे ही ये जो सिस्टम ब्रिजेस के नीचे लगाए जाते हैं तो इसमें मूवमेंट्स को अलाउ किया जाता है। सो दे आर डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ कम्बिनेशन, और अभी जो लेटेस्ट कम्बिनेशन है वो आपको जो मैंने अभी डिटेल्स दिखाई थी जिसमें लेड का सेंटर कोर है और फ्लेक्सिबल मटेरियल विच इज़ कॉल्ड इलास्टोमर्स। So they are of very high strength and of very high capability. They do cost some money, but they are the simplest one. And I agree with you, and I myself feel in this manner that we need to develop some kind of the tailor-made solutions for the smaller buildings, residential building. कि उसके लिए हमें थोड़ा गाइडेंस और थोड़ा प्रोडक्ट ऐसा आना चाहिए। अभी तक जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं वो मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग्स के लिए हैं, ब्रिजेस के लिए तो है ही है बहुत पहले से, बट नाउ दे अब ये जो आपको दिखाया गया ये सिस्टम एक्चुअली ब्रिज का नहीं है, ये बिल्डिंग का ही है। तो बिल्डिंग की ये फाउंडेशन सिस्टम है। तो फाउंडेशन सिस्टम अब 2 टियर हो गया, उसके बीच में ये इंट्रोड्यूस हो गया। ओके, so when you are introducing this, so all forces which are transmitted to the top, they have to pass through the system. That's a simple thing. You have to make them pass through the system, base isolation system, and base isolation system is going to absorb the forces and allow the movement to be done safely. ये कुछ और फिगर हैं। तो ये जो क्या होगा, जो आपका लेड प्लग वाला मैंने आपको बताया था वो एग्जैक्टली ये होता है। जब अर्थक्वेक फोर्सेस आएंगे तो वो इस मैनर में अपनी शेप को डिफ्लेक्ट कर लेगा और थोड़ी सी वर्टिकल मूवमेंट होगी बिल्डिंग की, वो कोई ज़्यादा नहीं होगी, बट द बिल्डिंग इज गोइंग टू रिमेन सेफ एंड दिस इज बाय फार द सिंपलेस्ट। देयर आर सम अदर टाइप ऑफ सिस्टम जहाँ पे अगर जैसे ये नीचे आप देखो ये स्फेरिकल बेरिंग टाइप है जहाँ से क्लू लिया गया, तो ये ऊपर वाला सिस्टम इसके अबाउट स्वे कर जाएगा विदाउट नीड टू सो बट जो मोस्ट कॉमन अभी है लेड बेरिंग सिस्टम है। सो आई बिलीव दैट इन दिस शॉर्ट स्पैन my objective was that we must understand what are the how we can counter the earthquake नेगेटिव इफेक्ट्स ऑफ द अर्थक्वेक। तो पहला चीज़ आपको अर्थक्वेक को हम हैपनिंग को नहीं रोक पाएंगे, तो हम अपनी बिल्डिंग्स को उनके जो है डैमेजेस से रोक सकते हैं बाय इंट्रोड्यूसिंग base isolation system. And what base isolation system is, we have seen what actually it comprises of and what are the basic principles. So if one of the very basic principle is, I tell you, आप कुछ नहीं करो, बिल्डिंग के चारों ओर पॉन्ड बना दो। बड़ी बिल्डिंग है ना, उसके एक सिंपल है पॉन्ड बना दीजिए। तो हमने कहा था जो shear वेव है वो लिक्विड में से पास नहीं करेंगी। तो अगर आपका
TV program is a presentation of University of California Television for educational and non-commercial use only.
ये वो आ गया होगा, YouTube वाला इसको बंद कर दे। So we are just going to, अगर आप 1 मीटर 1.5 मीटर स्विमिंग पूल तो बनाते ही हैं और कुछ नहीं, 1 मीटर डीप आप उसके चारों तरफ वो उसको बना के पानी से भर दो। So shear waves is gone, simple, because they are not able to travel through the, now that was discovered, we उन्होंने डिस्कवर किया कि उस एक सी बिल्डिंग थी जिसके अराउंड कुछ ऐसे वाटर बॉडीज थी, उसको डैमेज कम हुआ तो तब किसी को हुआ फाउंड कि बिल्डिंग के अराउंड अगर आप लिक्विड वाटर वो कर देते हो तो shear wave they will not be able to pass through. So only damage then will be through the P waves. Alrighty, thank you so much. If you have any center has some question or observation or comment to make, you're welcome. Before we have a tea break.
उसमें मिट्टी के कचरे होंगे
मम्मी पापा होंगे
GIT Jaipur जी. अभी let's hear something from somebody else. GIT हाँ जी कुछ और.
No sir, okay sir.
Okay, okay, thank you.
सर एक बार ना वर्ल्ड इंस्टीट्यूट को कॉल कर दीजिए सो दैट वो
World Institute of टेक्नोलॉजिकल सॉल्यूशंस. तो हाँ, आउट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी. आपका कोई क्वेश्चन है तो आप तैयार हैं, बोलिए, तब तक हम दूसरे सेंटर से मिलके आते हैं. PDM आर्या कॉलेज. ओके, आर्या कॉलेज. हाँ जी, आर्या कॉलेज खंबा घनी.
खम्बागनी सर.
खंबागनी. मुझे ये बताओ कि खंबागनी ये जो आगे बैठी थी लेडीज, इन्होंने कहना अच्छा नहीं समझा, नाराज है हमारे से?
नहीं सर, उन्होंने कह दिया गनी खम्बा, शायद आपको सुनाई नहीं.
खंबा कह दिया. अच्छा, आपको पीछे से बुलाया इसके लिए.
राइट सर. नहीं सर, आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन, दैट्स व्हाई आई एम कमिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू.
Okay, let me see if I can answer your question. Please ask.
Sir, you just talk about that base isolation technique, and if we construct this technique according to the in our also just construct a building on this technology on base isolation. So there is also there is an end described. So we just we just use the rollers for that, for a base isolation. So that's a movement. If we, earthquake comes and there's a movement in a base isolation, so there is a end. So just to strike on the end, there is a momentum also. So when this technique is strike on the ends, so there is a jerk in a building. So what are the material which are used to construct a building according to that? What are the materials used with this technology?
Are you asking that what material should be used in buildings, or what are materials which are used in base isolation system?
Material for building. Building, sir. Building for building construction.
For supporting their techniques.
Oh, that's a slightly different, you know. Your question is slightly different. We the buildings, you know, I believe you could have asked this question to Amit Goyal. I can ask him to be back again. But buildings में जो materials होते हैं, buildings में दो issues होते हैं. Base isolation से related यानी आपका ये question नहीं है, ये आपका building से related है. So building में जो कुछ simple measures किए जाते हैं वो होते हैं हमारा load sharing का. अगर आप सोचते हैं तो मैं आपको एक छोटी सी प्रेजेंटेशन है, मैं बीच में कहीं फिलर में वो दे दूंगा क्योंकि आपका क्वेश्चन उससे रिलेटेड है, तो मैं 5-7 मिनट की वो प्रेजेंटेशन आपको किसी और टाइम दे दूंगा. लेकिन जो बेसिक प्रिंसिपल दो है उसमें एक तो होता है लोड शेयरिंग. लोड शेयरिंग का क्या मतलब होता है, जैसे आपने में देखा कि अर्थक्वेक जो है एक पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्शन से आता है, जो भी बिल्डिंग की वॉल या कंपोनेंट उसके परपेंडिकुलर होते हैं, so they are going to be most affected, right, which are perpendicular to that. The remaining, that means 50% of the building is actually sharing that load. Now if you are able to provide a transfer mechanism between the two direction systems, आपकी जो perpendicular wall है आप उनको join कर दिए, तो जो load आपका जो load आएगा जो perpendicular wall है वो दूसरी wall के ऊपर transfer कर दिए, तो आपका आधा जो है ना लोड शेयरिंग से उसका इम्पैक्ट रिड्यूस हो जाएगा. एक तो ये बेसिक प्रिंसिपल है, तो उसमें खाली हमने कुछ रीइंफोर्समेंट की मेथडोलॉजी होती है, उसको कैसे प्लेस करना चाहिए, स्लाइटली डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द कन्वेंशनल. सेकंड, यू नीड टू प्रोवाइड फ्लेक्सिबल मटेरियल रादर देन रिजिड मटेरियल. तो फ्लेक्सिबल मटेरियल उसमें थोड़ा सा इंट्रोड्यूस फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी करेंगे, सो दे विल बी एबल टू टेक द शेप ऑफ बीइंग बेंट और डिफ्लेक्टेड शेप. very easily rather than being brittle. So in India, actually, we are using brittle material like brick, etc. They are all brittle materials. They are not the flexible material. If we introduce flexibility within the buildings, that will be able to help you to control the damage.
Thanks, sir.
तो हाँ, जो जैसे अभी बुर्ज बुर्ज खलीफा या दूसरी बिल्डिंग्स हैं, तो उन्होंने उसमें नॉर्मल मटेरियल की जगह स्पेशल मटेरियल डेवलप किए हुए हैं, जिसको हम आर मेड बेस्ड कार्बन, निकल या कुछ ऐसे कंपोनेंट्स वगैरह बना के मिक्स करके वो मेटल। तो थैंक यू सो
But,
मच।
but sir, if earthquake comes more than of 5 minutes, then still this technique is still working or not?
Yes, this technique will be working, but obviously with the duration of the earthquake, the sustainability becomes slightly less. That's right.
If earthquake of more than of 5.5 Richter scale, then
I tell you, the earthquakes do not last that long, because that is a sudden sudden release of energy, so it's a kind of vibration. It takes some time to just sustain, but definitely there are follow-ups. We always find that there are aftermath shakes which take place, which are of lesser intensity, but the earthquake in duration is not very long normally.
right.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू जी। वर्ल्ड इंस्टीट्यूट से आ गया जवाब। मैडम प्लीज बैठिए, आइए।
Good morning, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग जी। हाँ, आज तो
Good morning, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग जी, वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग।
Good. Sir, my question is related to pond isolation.
पूछिए।
Sir, my question is,
पूछिए पूछिए।
सर वो आपने बताया था ना सर कि shear wave जो है वो लिक्विड से पास नहीं होती हैं।
जी। बोलते रहिए, आपकी आवाज आने में टाइम लगता है, मैं सुन रहा हूँ, आप बोलते जाओ।
पॉन्ड आइसोलेशन में कैसे सर, क्या फाउंडेशन के बराबर में पॉन्ड बनाते हैं क्या सर?
नहीं, कहीं भी दूर बना लो, थोड़ा सा बाहर। पॉन्ड आइसोलेशन का मतलब ये नहीं कि साथ में बनाना है आपने।
सर
50
ये जो आपने पॉन्ड आइसोलेशन के बारे में बताया था ना,
नहीं, मैंने पॉन्ड आइसोलेशन नहीं बोला था। मैंने ये कहा था कि जो वाटर बॉडी है वो आइसोलेशन का काम कर सकती है। ऐसा कोई इसको पॉन्ड आइसोलेशन नहीं कहते। लेकिन आपकी कोई भी वाटर बॉडी अगर बीच में आ जाती है आपकी बिल्डिंग और स्ट्रक्चर के उसके बीच में, तो वो उस शेयर वेव्स को पास नहीं करने देगी। अगर वो 50 मीटर पे है तो भी, 100 मीटर पे है तो भी। ओके। पीडीएम इंस्टीट्यूट,
थैंक यू सर।
वी आर वेलकम। पीडीएम,
थैंक यू सर।
यू आर वेलकम। अच्छा, पीडीएम से क्या है, कोई क्वेश्चन?
Good morning, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग जी, कैसे हैं?
Yeah, fine, sir. Fine, it's fine here. And there's no question from our side. Okay.
नो क्वेश्चन। अच्छा, ठीक है, थैंक यू। सो वी हैव ए टी ब्रेक एंड हमारे एक्सपर्ट तो हमारे बीच आ चुके हैं। सो वील हैव अराउंड 20 मिनट्स टी ब्रेक। ठीक है, 25 मिनट्स का कर लेते हैं। तो हम लोग मिलेंगे 11:45, यानी 25 मिनट फ्रॉम नाउ ऑनवर्ड। ठीक है जी। सो थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, फॉर द लाइवली इंटरेक्शन एज वेल। थैंक यू। वेलकम मिस्टर, कैसे?
नहीं आए। खाना खा लेते हैं यार।
आप कहाँ गए थे देर से?
मैं कोई एडमिशन के काम से चला गया था। ये कहाँ गए?
यही करेंगे हम।
Good afternoon, or to be more precise, good just before noon. We are just to cross 12. So in this second session for today, we have with us Dr. Neelam Gulati Sharma, who has been serving as Director in Punjab State Council for Science and Technology, Chandigarh. This is an organization which is, I can say, it's next across our road, so our neighborhood institution. Dr. Neelam Gulati Sharma had his BSc honors and MSc honors, and then she did PhD from Department of Biophysics in Punjab University, Chandigarh. And she has for 28 years of very glorious experience in Punjab State Council for Science and Technology, Chandigarh. I have seen this institution growing from the inception to one of the lead institution to work in the state of Punjab. And she very recently, of course, retired in 2016 as director of the same organization. During her tenure, she served as a very key position like a nodal officer for science population in the state of Punjab. And she was instrumental in conducting many short-term, long-term courses. And there was a special program actually under the capacity building by the disaster management when the awareness was being done, and she was instrumental in carrying out many of the programs for capacity building. It was mainly focused for engineers and architects. She has in addition did lot of compilation and published and edited number of books. Primarily she has 8 books and 6 booklets, a lot of pamphlets for the benefit of different segment of the society, including school children and other common citizens of India. She brought out a vision document titled Population of Socio-Vision Statement for 2020. If you remember that was a vision for Abdul, our earlier president of India, and in line of that she prepared this document. One of her notable achievements was that she arranged an exhibition on science of light, which was aimed at to generate curiosity and interest among the youth towards the science, which has been very recently found to be dwindling. And she brought about a multimedia CD, which was on fusion, historical journey of science and technology in Punjab, aimed at bring about the glorious outcome in the state of Punjab and attract the youth to work in these areas. She is a recipient of Punjab State Award in 2007 because of her persistence, good work. And if many of you have been to Jalandhar, Pushpa, Gujarat Science City, many of us, I remember our, most of the schools take a tour to that science city. So she has been instrumental in bringing up those developments, and was also given a Science Population Award by Baba Farid University, Faridkot in 2014 and 15. And needless to say, she is already working as a member of advisory committees on many panels relating to the community disasters. So it is my deemed privilege and honor to invite Dr. Neelam Gulati Sharma to deliver his talk. As I mentioned you before, she is going to speak on community participation in disaster preparedness. Thank you, Madam. So please.
Thank you, Doctor. Good afternoon to everybody. It's indeed a pleasure to be with you all. I have been working with students, with school students, with college students, with university students, with students of the research organizations, and popularizing science through different programs. Incidentally, most of my programs have been financially assisted by the Government of India, as the state does not give any funds. A little bit was given for a few years, especially to represent the state for your research programs, both internationally and nationally. And we had been giving funds to students to participate and share their research work with other organizations. Nowadays, it's shelved for some time, but maybe whenever the funds are available, so if any of you participating from any area of Punjab, they can apply for financial assistance depending on the funds which are available. Today, we'll be talking about one of our capacity building programs, as Dr. Dugal has told you. This was mainly because there were other aspects to this program as well. But the council felt that this is a program of the Government of India and community participation is very important. There are different roles to be played by different people. But in case of disaster, is there any role to be played by the community? This was studied well over the whole world, and hence it was felt that all the states should have such programs. But for these programs, you need funds. And funds come in spurts. It's not always that you have regular inflow of funds. So if they are in spurts, then the program also suffers. And this is a program, it's an ongoing program. In countries abroad, every 6 months, they do a simulation, they do a mock, and everyone, each individual, each child is aware of the plan, how the school is to be evacuated, how the college is to be evacuated, how the hospital is to be evacuated, how a house is to be evacuated. Every time, every Indian also there knows that now is the mock drill and he has to participate in that. So we'll be talking a little about the disasters. Mainly I'll be focusing on disasters which the state is prone to, that is the state of Punjab. And how can community participation help in that? So what is a disaster? You have been hearing to this for the last 2 days, I get to know. Today is the third day. And the disaster is different from hazard. Hazard is a situation, a volcano, a flood, an earthquake. But a disaster is an outcome of the hazard. How bad it has been, how disastrous it was. If it happens anywhere where you don't have any population, it doesn't make a difference. It came, it went, nobody was hurt, there wasn't any infrastructure, no collapsing of buildings, then it's fine. But as much as it is thickly, densely populated, more is going to be the disaster. So it's an extreme disruption of the functioning of the society, the people, the environment, the animals there, everybody suffers. And it is the society houses all that, and it causes widespread human, material, environmental losses. This exceeds the ability of the affected society. It cannot come back. So it exceeds the society's ability. Some things can be done immediately. Others cannot. The society is unable to do it. It's unable to cope up with the situation with what it possesses, its own resources. So in that case, what happens is, after this disaster, the society becomes poor, poorer than it was before, and at times it has been as bad as lately you've seen for the last 2 years. It has been in Uttarakhand, it has been in J&K, it has been on the areas of, on the borders of Nepal, when Nepal was struck. So we had areas in India as well, which were struck. So mainly what are the disasters which we'll be focusing on is events like earthquakes, floods, cyclones. As I've told you already, in itself, there's nothing to be scared of. You keep on getting them. Japan is one country which gets after every few minutes. So they have managed to recoup and be at the place they are, and the development is ongoing, which is not true for India. Then what happens in case of disaster is we become more poor, and whatever little development we have done, that also is lost. You know, you see pictures of Uttarakhand, even still date, the Kedarnath problem which came up, the floods which were there, the roads which were washed off, still some people keep on reporting it's at the same situation. So whatever we built, we've lost that. We've gone back on our development. Why do we need a community? We're talking about that we should have some community program. But do we need such programs? Some people say, no, we don't need any community programs. The government has all its plans. It's already there on the paper. So why should the community participate? First of all, how much is our population? We are overpopulated as compared to the developed countries. India is 2% of the world landmass and home to 1/6 of the world's population. So see the difference. Then 85% of the Indian land is vulnerable to one or more natural hazards. Over 57% land area is vulnerable to earthquakes. Our land I'm talking of. 68% of the land under cultivation is prone to drought, and every year almost 50 million are affected. 12% of the land is prone to floods. 30 million are affected. 8% of the land, that is 8,000 kilometers, we have the coastline to cyclones. And out of this 7,516 kilometers long coastline, 5,700 kilometers is prone to cyclones and tsunamis. So you know Orissa is always affected with cyclones. But we have really managed there. As you must have seen, the number of deaths for the last 10 years has been curtailed to just a few. I think even now it's in tens, 50, 60, you're getting the numbers, where you were getting the numbers in thousands. So we'll talk about that as well. A major disaster in India, maybe any type of disaster, occurs every 2 to 3 years. That's a major one. The minor ones, every year you have due to monsoons, floods as one. 50 million people are affected annually because of any disaster. 1 million houses are damaged annually, along with human, social, and other losses. And during 85 to 2003, the annual average damage due to natural disasters has been estimated to be $70 million. Of course, the major catastrophic disaster was in the Uttarakhand and J&K. So how are these? We've categorized these disasters which affect India, where maybe it is hydrological or geological or accidental. The hydrological ones are mainly floods. You have waterlogging, you have drought, desertification, soil erosion, all related to hydrological. Geological is earthquakes and tsunamis. Diseases is epidemic and pandemic. The difference between epidemic and pandemics is the epidemic is localized in an area. Pandemic will go to other continents as well, other areas as well. It goes to other continents also for that matter. So the more it's widespread, it becomes pandemic. Accidents, railroad, plenty. I don't know where we are going. Recently, I was just talking to Dr. Dugal. They showed a video. I don't know how many of you have seen, just 2 days back, where the driver was on a minibus and the school children were there, and he was trying to cross an unmanned railway crossing. So he was hearing to the music with the earplugs on. The people tried to tell him, showed signs, shouted, but because of the earplugs, he didn't hear, and all the children were killed. Then they thought again, with the improvement in railways, these days they are showing good bogies. All the, I don't know what they're calling those coaches, 3, 4, they are attaching to some of the new rails, where they're giving you almost all the facilities to a common man. But he said, is it worth still having unmanned railway crossings, whereas there is not a single one in Japan? All are related with sensors. You don't need a person there. The sensor senses it and automatically it gets lifted or closed. They worked out that the cost for doing such a thing in India would be more than 50,000 crores. But isn't it worth saving all the population which is there? So this is the type of things we are facing. This is the thing we need to make the people aware. Please, please, so many students, young children are being killed just because they are in the habit of listening to the music. Every second they get out of their classrooms or their workplace, they want to be busy with that. While crossing, at least don't do that. At least you can get the information which is being passed on to you on the railway crossings, on the roads, and those accidents can be, the people can be saved from those accidents. That's what I want to say. A little bit of information there. Atmospheric disasters you have due to hailstorms, a lot of crop gets damaged. There are gales, then lightning is one. These days it has increased. I don't know how many of you are into those news where otherwise you used to have just a few incidents where they would say lightning fell down and so many children were playing, but mainly it would be in the fields. Nowadays it is the occupied area which is getting this sort of disaster. Lightning and cloudbursts, they have increased. Maybe it is because of global warming and climate change, but this is being observed. Last year it was there in Kullu. The bus stand got that shower cloudburst and all the buses were submerged into water at an instance. So cloudbursts have been on the increase these days. Squall is there, thunder is there, cyclones, dust storms, plenty as compared to the previous years. Explosions and leaks, chemical and industrial disasters are on the increase. Why? Because we are going on into development. When we get developed, these things increase, and because of these, the accidents due to these things would increase. That is an outcome of all that. But we need to tell the people, we need to make them aware. Why? How can you come out of the Bhopal gas tragedy, which was a big thing? What happened was people didn't know which way to go. And it was a simple thing. They said, just put a wet towel on your face and move not in the direction of the wind, go into the opposite direction, because the wind was carrying those. And you could have saved so many people, but this little thing was not known to the people. And incidentally, panic is one which increases. So if you make the people aware, the community is aware, you can save so many lives. Then fire. There's a gentleman who will be talking on fire in the afternoon, so I won't touch much upon this. But this fire was also a program in the capacity building, inbuilt, where we were giving these drills. I'll talk about it later. Fires can be the crop fire, the forest fire. Forest fires are very close to, in Himachal, you generally have them because of the needles, the pine needles which are there on the floor. As the temperature rises, they get ignited and the fire just moves on. Other hazards, Punjab, conflicts, terrorism, environmental degradation, landslides, of course, to the nearing states or the bordering areas. Stampede, famine, and drug addiction is one which we are really suffering on, and I don't know how we are going to come out of it. Somebody was narrating figures as almost 7 out of 10 in our villages. So the numbers have gone up drastically, and they badly need to be controlled if we want to save the state. Now, what is the general opinion? What do we say? Generally, still, in spite of the education going up, in spite of we are having so many channels of communication, information is being shared on the internet, people are glued to the internet, the common man, the woman in the house, she is well versed with all the news. Then what happens? Why is it that still generally they say anything hits you, it's because of the supernatural powers. It's because God wanted it or some supernatural power wanted it. Therefore, वो कहते हैं बहुत बढ़ गया है पाप, so that is why we are having a disaster. So, is it still so? Still we are believing those stories of that the earth is rested on the horns of the bull and it shifts the weight of the earth and therefore you get a disaster. Still people say. And sorry, can you do something about it? This is sorry, there's nothing one can do. So it's not in our hands. We have just to face the music. The science behind this is also very important. So we need to educate our students, our little children with little concepts by showing them that how this happens. It's beautifully elucidated in many videos these days as to how an earthquake takes place, how the whole continent is sitting on tectonic plates, the whole thing has been divided, and when they shift, the stress increases and they shift on each other. The shift is responsible for the devastation or the amount of which you see on the Richter scale as how bad it's going to be an earthquake. Some of the major disasters which I have shown, that is up to 2009, I think, whereas 10 and 12 have not been included in this, which I talked about, was in Uttarakhand and J&K. So here we would say, how do we go about it? Some facts which are observed before an earthquake. Now, observation is very important because till date we do not have an instrument which can give you a signal much before, a warning much before the earthquake comes, and so that you can go to safer places or you can make your arrangements. This is totally, some equipments have been developed in China and Japan, which have managed to tell you 40 seconds before. So 40 seconds is too less a time. You can't even think by the time what you're going to do. And those two are at the experimental stage. They are not being used. But as far as research and other things are concerned, they totally depend on your observation. The more you observe, open-eyed you roam around, the better research one can do for society. And these days, the research which is being promoted, even by our own state council, by other organizations, is how are you going to help the society? Because a lot has been gone in, a lot of money has been pumped in, where we were doing basic research, the research which is going on all over the world. But what type of research we want is society-based, where the results can help you. Because what happens is you do some research on a project which is being done world over, you prepare a thesis and the thesis is left in the library, you go out for a job and then you are busy with the job. I myself have done that. I was working on cancer, and up to my interview, I can say, I was well versed with what is the latest. Then my area of work changed. Initially, I joined the National Institute of Sports and I was teaching biomechanics and kinesiology to sports medicine doctors. So immediately after their MBBS, they would come for a specialization in sports medicine. And I was teaching these two subjects. Later, I came into this. But what became of my research? Did it help the society? I would not say. We were just trying to see the same results in different conditions. Most of our research is that sort. A research which is society oriented can only be possible if you know the problems of your state, the problems of your neighborhood, the problem which every individual faces. There's a compendium of the CSIR in which all the research is tabulated, all their projects are tabulated. We were asked, you try whatever they have done. Can you get those for the society? And believe me, we hit to practically all the IITs, all the CSIR labs. No one responded. Why? Because they were not sure of the technology which they had built. It was only for that research paper which they were doing, because you are evaluated on your publications. So that was the end of the story. Now it is different. You have to build on the problems you face, get an outcome, and see how your society benefits. And that is the research we need, and that is the research which is going to pay you. A good example is the mobile. Nobody proposed, nobody said I have built a mobile. But it was of usage to a painter, to a hawker, to a vendor. Maybe he's not even educated, but he knows how to hear to your phone, and he could get work. And everybody carries a phone without telling him or her, because he's sure of the usage. He's going to get some benefit out of it. Your research should be such that the society gets a benefit. A good example I often quote is, a little away from this, is there were 3 students in Kanpur who were seeing a lot of flowers being immersed in the Ganges. And they said so much of pollution is there, so much of pesticide with the flowers is going. And these flowers are dispersed from all the holy shrines. Maybe it's the Gurdwara, maybe it's the temple. So you know it can't be thrown into a dustbin. So everybody goes for the Visarjan, and it is done in the water bodies. So, oh, it's polluting our things. So they gathered the flowers, and now you know they're internationally known. They've put the product on the website. They have made agarbattis, they have made compost called mitti, so you can see on the website, and they are exporting it out of those flowers. So a waste has been changed into a resource. That is what is important. So here I'm saying observe. You know, you can't get to know the signal, where it's happening. So how do you get to know, and how can you get to know? Some observations which have been made is 2 to 4 weeks in advance, the water level increases. It rises even in the dry wells, it has observed that it gets filled up. Nobody knows the reason, but they say that yes, this was observed when the earthquake came, or before the earthquake. These observations were made. Then water flowing in the tributaries or nalas suddenly rises, same. Can we do something about it? Can you make a small equipment, a sensor attached to it, and say, yes, this could be because of this? Because we can't even give a false alarm. If it doesn't happen, then it's totally wrong. As you know, still we are having problems with our meteorological department. And wherever it says it's going to rain, still we are not so sure about it, because it's not foolproof. We don't have so much of data which can really say, as is in London, when they say, this area in the morning is going to have rain between this and this, carry your umbrellas. And it does rain. So they pinpoint the areas also where we are not that good at it. That is why we don't have enough data. We don't have enough information. And it has not been tabulated to that extent that we can give a signal to the public. These forms, can they be used? We need to think about it. Then the thermal precursors, 3 to 4 months before, maximum and minimum temperature goes on rising. So your maximum also goes up, your minimum also goes up. These sorts of things you see. Then the seismoelectric magnetic precursors are also there. So as the geomagnetic field reduces, it adversely affects the propagation, transmission and reception of the radio waves. Radio starts misbehaving. How? If the station is tuned into 1000 hertz, you will get the signal around 1200, 1500, 1600 kilohertz. So you know something is wrong. These are the observations which generally people have observed just before the earthquake. Then 10 to 15 hours before even your reception of the television, both audio and radio, video signals, they get affected. 100 to 150 minutes before, most of the mobile phones have been seen to behave erratically. And this was observed in Gujarat and Kashmir. That is a few, you can say a few minutes before they had this fatal earthquake. And of course, abnormal behavior of the animals. This has been observed, I think, since ages. the birds fly back, the caged animals, especially in the animal house where the models are mouse and rats, they start moving round and round in the cage as if they are restless. So maybe they get those signals from the Mother Earth and they start this sort of behavior. If these could be used, these observations, to make an equipment you can think of, then we have various areas where we can work. One is your recovery system, which is after the earthquake, which is generally there after the floods. But preparedness, should we be working on? Should we be spending so much? So he says, investing in preparedness, does it help? Because it has been proved abroad that every dollar you invest in preparedness helps you in saving $3. But these are not very tangible. Why? One, you are prepared, but the disaster doesn't occur. So some people say, oh, it was a wastage of money. The second is, the disaster did happen and the society was prepared. You spent less, but there is no tangible amount saying you would have spent so much. It's not that you are constructing something and so many bricks were in this wall, otherwise you save with this material so many bricks. You can't say that. But of course, it's very, very clear that they have evaluated it is more than $3 which you save if you invest $1 in that. You not only save the lives of the people, you also save their occupation. So it protects these gains in cost effective and supports achievements of the developmental goals. As I said, you lose the development which has taken place, you lose your bridges, you lose your dams, you lose your roads, so many things are lost. The infrastructure which was created, as it is, even if it is a question of terrorism, or as you've seen in Rohtak, so much of development had taken place, but just in a matter of 2 to 3 days, everything was burned down. So when the estimates were taken, thousands of crores you have lost. So that is what was invested, which might be invested in the coming 10 years, is what you have lost. And does the society, does your government have so much of funds that it can immediately give in so much and you can come back to the same position, if not better? It's not possible for a country like India. Therefore, I think it's a wise decision to spend on preparedness. Now, which are the role players in disaster preparedness? Many people say it's the government's this thing, so the government should be doing the preparedness program. Every individual is important in disaster preparedness. In case of people, human beings, it's the individuals, it's the householders, it's the volunteers, the gram panchayats, the sarpanch, the panchayat, the secretary panchayat members, the village elders, community, religious leaders play a big role, a very big role. Once it comes out in a gurdwara or a temple and the religious leader announces, you will be doing this, go for water, save water, and that is the word which everybody carries. Still, they have so much of power. So they are as important to us. Government departments, the officers, agricultural, medical, engineering, because they are to do with housing, roads, buildings, irrigation, revenue department, public health, police, NGOs. Everybody is important. A total package is required for this. So you can't say it is a one-man show, only 3 people are to be involved. How they have to be done, that is important. Now, generally, what affects the disaster is the people, the livestock, the injury, damage and destruction to property, production, lifestyle, livelihood, disruption of the government systems, national economic loss. We've talked about all that. Also, you have to consider, how does the hazard take place? Earthquake, rapid onset, does not give you any warning, and you have to face the music. Cyclones also at times they get to know and they inform the people, but still it comes in rapid, it's very fast moving. Floods, at times you get to know, so it is in the middle. Mud flows is an outcome, but there are very, very slow ones. Drought, famine, deforestation, pest infestation. So how does that do? There you can use your warning systems. You can give them the remedial measures. Pest infection, arey bhai, you can use this medicine, fine. You can control it. It will not be that fast. But deforestation, you can take care of it. Stop cutting on this side. Drought and famine also at times has taken years together. So countries have suffered years around. So every disaster has to be treated differently. Floods, of course, because we're talking about types of disasters, and floods is one. I was talking to Dr. Dougal. He says somebody is going to be taking care of this. But do's and don'ts and all will be discussed with them. The main problem with floods is your drinking water. You have so much of water around, but you don't have any water to drink. That is not drinkable. You have to take care of that. The health department has to take care of that. And in many cases, I got to know in J&K, when the floods were there, the people took hold of their best things which were around, maybe their gold and silver, and went on the higher this thing. They were starved of food and water. You should be able to rationalize what you need to take along with you and what is the second best. I don't say you leave that, but at least take your basic necessities along. A medical kit, which should always be there in the house, and a route, a place, even if the family gets segregated, because you do not know what time it will be, what is going to happen. Every member of the house should know, in case we are not together, where have we to be together? Any spot. And it should be clear amongst all the family members. Those sorts of things are much, much important, which we tend to neglect during our other chores of the household. The second problem which we mainly face during floods is the disposal of the carcass. So many dead bodies are floating, animals, humans, and they are the reason that there is an outbreak of an epidemic. How to get rid of those? A proper plan should be there with every district, with every village. Who will be doing it? How this is being done? Because once you get rid of that, you are going to save so many lives. Otherwise, this will be a snowball effect, outcome of so many things which will roll into further deaths. And of course, a very practical example has been the Fishermen Awareness Program, very successful in the areas of the cyclones, I would say, and most of them have been saved. I think last time it was not even a single death in Orissa, because everybody was informed, the fishermen were called back, and they are nowadays hooked to their mobiles, because this service is being provided on the mobiles to them, that they need to come back, or this is expected, this sort of a cyclone, so they rush back to their homes, and enough time is there for them to come back. Cyclones and earthquakes. Earthquakes also, we do a lot of lectures, we do a lot of demonstrations, low-cost kits are being given to students. I, of course, agree it's not a regular exercise because the funds are not allocated every year, but every child is told how the earthquake is happening, how the tectonic plates are sliding through. This kit is also available with, if you are, any one of you is interested, with Vigyan Prasar. It's a Government of India organization. I think it's www.vigyanprasar.in, and all this information with kits, they sell it at the cost price only, because it's a government organization, they don't earn profits, where beautifully the waves, whether it is the S, the P or the L waves, how they happen, and that demonstration through that kit is possible so that everybody can visualize how it happens. And a very little thing with which they can measure the Richter scale, it's with the sand. They have a cup sort of a thing which is attached to a handle, and you can take the signals also. So that is meant for smaller children, but a beautiful demonstration which they have managed to do, where people can measure the vibrations. Another thing I want to talk of is the ham radio. Are you aware of the ham radio? Ham radio is being used by some clubs only. You have to be a member, a ham they say, as it's the Lions Club. And this is meant for students who have done +2, being used by the Department of Electronics, Government of India. You can form a club. They give you the equipment. They give you the method how to use it. That's a training of, I think, this is done in Delhi and other places as well. And it's I think it's probably a few weeks training. Then you become a member, you get that equipment, because ham radio is one which functions in spite of the disruption of all the other signals, be it radio, TV, even your mobile. When nothing is functional, still you can pass on the information through the ham radio. So ham radios are very, very important at that particular time when nothing is functional. And of course, we also work on the psychological handling of the trauma victims. So once people are facing this problem of earthquakes, floods, surrounded with water for days together, no food, some people panic. Others can manage. So we try to train the volunteers how to handle such situations, what to do in case of this, so that it is minimized, the panic. Because once you start panicking, you know, then nothing works. Even if you provide them all the information, the person gets out of control. So you have to really pacify the panic person so that the society as a whole can function in a better way. Of course, we've talked about this, all what we are facing. There are many, many more as far as these acts of humans are concerned. Stampede and other things, so forget it. I think still many more. Then elements of risk also we have talked about. Only what we didn't talk of is electricity, water and food supplies. They are at a great risk, and once they fall off, your electric poles, the water connections, even your gas connections where you're getting the gas from the pipeline, you have to be very, very careful. You have to cut off those supplies immediately so that the disaster doesn't worsen. In that case, the person has to be calm, see that all the switches are off before the rescue starts operating. So the rescue team should be very clear as to what is going to happen. Disaster preparedness, we know, we've already talked about it. I want to share with you the UNO definition, because otherwise we are doing it in a very layman fashion. They have given a complete definition of disaster preparedness, and they have defined it as a series of measures, because it's a planned effect. Series of measures of preparedness include, amongst others, setting up of the disaster relief machinery, formulation of the emergency relief plans, training of specific groups, of course the vulnerable communities come into that, to undertake rescue and relief, stockpiling supplies, and earmarking funds for relief operations. This is a complete package as to how the preparedness should be done. So every part in this, every word is important. You need relief, so that has to be earmarked every year. How much funds should be left for that? It is not that after it has happened, you start looking for funds. You are wasting time there because your people need it there and then. So every time, if they have been kept aside, you will just draw the funds and give it to the people in the form of food, clothing, whatever shelter is to be provided. The relief machinery should be there. We were just talking in the morning during your tea time. Somebody was saying, you don't have a single siren system working in Chandigarh. So if it happens here now, how are we going to warn the public? We are just sleeping over it. Every time, you know, these instruments have to be worked upon. आपको देखना पड़ेगा, are they work in the working conditions? So test them. It's not after it has happened you started looking for it. What to tell? How do we warn the people? The radio has gone off. The TV is gone off. Your mobile is not working. How do we inform the people? Not a single siren system. So we keep on waiting, but this doesn't give us time to wait. Now, I was talking about the disaster management cycle. We're not talking about management. We're not talking about response. We're not talking about recovery. Prevention and mitigation preparedness is our motto, because we feel that we can prepare the people and save a lot of lives, which otherwise is done after the disaster has hit us. So stages is before a disaster, we have during a disaster, and after a disaster. But we are concentrated on before the disaster. How to reduce the potential for human, material or environmental losses which are caused by these hazards, and to ensure that these losses are minimum before or when it strikes. So it is only possible if we are prepared. Now, how do we say what is the scale of the disaster? It was very disastrous, or the disaster was bare minimum. So the scale of your disaster depends on lead time available. How well could we inform them before the disaster actually struck? It depends. In case of floods, at times we know they have reached Ropar, so they'll be taking so much of time to come to Chandigarh. That is your lead time. Could we do it in hours? Could we do it in days? Or a few minutes were there. So the lesser the time, the more it will be disastrous. Then the intensity of the hazard. Was it 8 at the Richter scale, or was it 4 at the Richter scale? What was the duration? Was it in minutes? Was it in seconds? Was it for days if it is floods? Then of course your spatial content. Density of the population also. बहुत ज़्यादा लोग हैं वहाँ, और it came on a hilltop where nobody was residing. So how many assets had been created by the people, by the government? And of course the time of occurrence, day, night. Was the school working at that time? Were the offices working at that time? Or everybody was at home? Or was it at night when everybody was sleeping? So vulnerability existing in the elements of the risk, hazard into vulnerability would be the greater disaster. The more these two factors, the greater is the disaster. So we'll talk about mitigation, the community, and how much can we do. Here also I would say when they prepare maps or the plans, the mapping of the area is also included in the plan for preparedness. Then we also do a mapping of the requirement, the instruments, the equipment which would be used. Sometimes what happens is, if we have a plan and it is said so many fire equipment is there in this area, and the other area says we have just one, but you are short of one, you should be able to ask from there rather than ask from another district and say, oh, it is going to take time. It has happened many a times because we don't plan, that we are misfit in such cases. So when we wanted to give this information to somebody, it was not possible. We wanted to send that equipment for help, it was not possible. That is the reason they say you should have a proper plan, proper equipment details, what all you possess. How many boats are there in case of floods? They can be put into for the rescue team. Or you are having the boat, but it is not mentioned in the plan. So they say no boats at that time. The person who is studying your report would say no, because he is also not liable to be there, the one who made the plan. The plan should be such, updated every few months to show a clear picture of what the area possesses. Okay, create lead time, we'll talk about this later. Then disaster preparedness strategy is this. Response mechanism and strategies I've talked about. Preparedness plans also I have said. Now a coordination is also very much important between the various departments. If they don't coordinate, therefore I say teamwork is very important. Who all are involved in that plan should know each other, should have exchanged their telephone numbers. Otherwise, in case of a disaster, it's going to be more disastrous in spite of your plan. It will fail because there is no coordination between the two teams. And these days, incidentally, when we are working, even in the private sector, they too are expecting students to coordinate in their work, because otherwise you can't get that sort of an information, which otherwise, and we all as Indians, generally I would say in this areas, Punjab and Haryana, are good at working individually rather than working in teams. So coordination is very important. Information management, early warning systems I've told you, resource mobilization has to be done, public education and training is rehearsals, very, very important. One rehearsal you do today, after that you forget the rehearsal and say, oh yeah, we thought of doing a rehearsal, but we don't have the manpower to do it, we don't have the experts to do it, we don't have the funds to do it. After 6 years, if you're going to tell, you're going to forget what you did 6 years back. So every 6 months or 1 year, the same thing should be repeated, because after repeatedly giving you that exercise, you will be able to follow that plan, follow that path. There also, I think we've done enough. This is important. Now, response, we have to strengthen the effectiveness of an emergency response. What do we need to develop? Evacuation procedures. Every time we say the evacuation of this building should be known to the people of this building who are here. In case of emergency, if a signal is given that you have to evacuate, what is going to happen is everybody follows a different path, and then what happens? It's panic. It might pass off, coolly, and there might not be any loss, but because of the panic, you're going to lose lives. In stampede, that happens. So if everybody is well versed with the evacuation procedure, you're not going to have any problem, but it should be clear what path to follow, which staircase to follow, not to follow the lifts. This thing should be known to everybody. Otherwise, some of you might say, we want to reach early, we'll take the lift. It might catch fire. So if you know it, that is a panic situation. Even otherwise, you're not prepared for it, because it's not everyday situation. And in case that happens, then generally what happens is you forget what is happening around. You want to follow the quickest method or the path. So if it is built in you, done time and again, you are going to not falter that plan. Search and rescue teams. Search and rescue teams, people are trained as volunteers to do this. We have also done in the council. We are using the NCC, the NSS people, because what we were seeing in their curriculum was, most of the times they would say, well, you have to do the cleaning whenever they take them out, or they didn't have any good plans for it. Okay, they do the parade or other things. But now we have tried to build in the capacity building of this disaster preparedness into them, so that they are able to rescue, how they have to rescue, whom they have to rescue, whether it is the medical aid, whether it is physically lifting the people. So we train them. There are methods where you can lift a person heavier than yourself. So how to take, that is the technique, how to lift him. And we have also done this with girls. So then assessment teams plus plans to train them, those have been formulated. This has been done at the national level. This has been done at the state level also. But the plans are still to be approved by the court, I think, the High Court. Preparation of emergency reception centers. This is done for preparedness. Shelters, procedures, how to build a shelter, where to build a shelter in case of which type of disaster. All these trainings are done with the community. Now, why should we say, why shouldn't we have specialized people? In case I say, we have trained people who, in case of emergency here, will be able to do it. A sector 34 person would know each other, and you have much more faith in your neighbor because you know him than an outsider. How can you say that an outsider has come and will help you? We need outsiders at the time when the situation goes beyond our hands and we need more helping hands. Then the outsiders have to come. For that matter, we have seen that help from the international is also received. Internationally, if this help is received, then what happens is totally outsiders where we don't even know their language. But in that case, it is required. The disaster has been beyond our control. We cannot, even the state, even the center cannot help. So after pouring in those resources, you need the international. But the first person who can help you is your neighbor or the community member in which you would be having your faith. That yes, I know him. I am safe in his or her hands. Therefore, we feel community preparedness should be the first thing which should be done. In medical assistance also, I would say we have a proper plan. I don't know whether Dr. Duggal has put in his plan that you'll be having a person who will be giving you tips on first aid. Every human being, even from the engineering background or uneducated, I should say, who knows how to count beats, can do first aid. Where to put a splinter, how to handle the person who's been fractured, how to handle a person who's damaged his vertebral column. You can't lift him like that. So there's a specific way to lift him. Otherwise, you'll create more problems. But he might even die. A pole is put on the person and he's been there for 2 hours. A pole has fallen. You can't lift it. You want to help him. You want to save his life. Don't lift it, you know. The blood flow has been stopped. If you do it at a stretch, immediately the blood will rush to his heart and he will collapse. So there is a way to do it, which they tell you. There is a way to help a person when he's getting a heart attack. And there was a person here who was playing golf in 26 only, and he got a heart attack. Luckily, there was another guy who was playing golf, and he knew CPR. CPR is cardiopulmonary resuscitation, the pumping of the heart which they do. We do it in the Punjab State Council. We teach everybody. Everybody is given a hands-on training on. Of course, they bring those dummies because we can't give you an individual. And they tell you, in case of a child, how to give a CPR. In case of a human being, full-grown human being, how many pumps, in how much interval, kitne minute mein kitne pumps. That's very important. So that is given to every individual, and if it is done every 6 months, all of you can know. And he was able to give that CPR to that guy, and he was revived, taken to the hospital and saved. So this sort of a training needs to be given to every individual young person in case of an accident also. Nowadays, the law has become pretty liberal. They say they don't want to take you to the police station. You needn't inform the police and all. They would not bother you. So there, even if you know that the person's pulse is running, pulse knowing is very important. Blood pressure, you may not be carrying the equipment, but pulse you can feel. Yes, the pulse is going on. The first aid is given there and then by the individual by saying, oh, this person was there on the road. His pulse is running, doctor. First aid is this much. Please send the ambulance. Ambulance to bula sakte ho phone pe. That is not difficult. In case you've done that part, you have saved the little things which the other would have to see before. You have noted down. You can say, looks like that his leg is not moving, probably a fracture. So directly he'll go there. Those little things can help to save the person's life, and that is why preparedness of every individual is so important. And this doesn't need much of funds, much of training. It's very, very simple. I still remember there's a Red Cross Society in Patiala, and a guy used to come to give first aid lectures in our office. For a sting, he would give you, this is the way you should treat a bee sting. Because you know, even a bee sting can be fatal for some people. It's not that everybody can digest that sort of a poison which goes into your body. Some people are very allergic to bee stings and it has led to death, or the number of stings were much more. Somebody maybe threw a stone on the beehive and all the bees came. Immediately you are attacked. They take you to the hospitals, they make you vomit all the stuff which has gone into your body, clean your stomach. That is how they save your life, if the number of bees is much more. So what is the first aid in case of that? How you have to save the life? Little things, medical aids, which can be given on the road, on a field, are very, very important. If the community is trained for that, you can really do your bit in this situation. Rehearsals, as I've said, rehearsals are a must. You need to link the state plan with the national plan. The national plan has already been done. You need to update the plan because the infrastructure improves every time and you have to link it up. The situation changes every time, the routes change every time. Therefore, the updating of the plan is important. Therefore, the midterm connections are very important. So in between also, you need to do this time and again. So plans have to be prepared at the community level. They are being prepared at the government level. I don't deny that. In that case, you need to assess the community. You need to see the weaknesses and the strength of the community. Are they good in communicating? Who are the people who can communicate? All those, what are your resources? What are your vulnerabilities? They need to be jotted down so that a proper plan can be made. Relationship with the government of that community plan should be clearly announced in the plan. Warning systems should be enunciated there. What is the type? How is it being used? What is the method of its uses? And in case of warning, who does what? Everybody's duty should be written in the plan. This man with this telephone number is, and this should be circulated to all. It should be there so that in case of need, you can directly go there and get help. Evacuation procedures also. Some of the evacuation procedures are with the fire officer of that area. So those can be taken up. Who's the authority? What is his route going to be? In your sector, how is he going to come? In your district, how is he going to come? Which route is he going to follow? And you can also update him, this is the better route. So those, if mentioned in the plan, can be done as a midterm correction. Emergency shelters, location, responsibility, who manages what, very, very important. Similarly, for search and rescue, damage and need assessment, road clearing and debris, responsibility and equipment, which is going to be used, communication with the outside world, law and order, very important responsibility, who does what again. In case of Katrina and other cyclones which were hit in the US, a state which has lots of funds, a country full of riches, developed country, had so much to give to the people. In spite of that, the law and the order went out of hands. The people started looting because they were desperate. So their law and order becomes much, much more important, because it would be that the people who have already got will keep on getting, and the others who have not received anything will die because of the need for that. Transportation, vehicles, what are available, how they are to be used, who is going to use them, where they can be used. There is a possibility that this fire equipment cannot enter a place where the street is very, very narrow. So in that case, what is to be used? Because there are times, there are cities in the interiors where those equipments cannot be used. Then repair of the community services, who does what, once again, health, welfare, all these should be known to the community in case of disaster. It is only there and then that a foolproof plan can help. Now we'll talk about some of the agencies, because benefits also we have discussed. We've talked about that also, it should not be weak. Now in case of emergency, I would say emergency medicine critical care medicine, which one is SOS and which one is first aid, and also how this is to be used, what pattern triage is going to be followed, how this is to be used, in what duration. These can be known to a specific group of people only, and that is possible in case of first aid, that you should have a separate set which can do this. Nodal agencies for disaster management, which have been enumerated in the national plan, and there is no change. For floods, you have to go to the Ministry of Water Resources. For cyclones, it is the Meteorological Department. Earthquakes, again, it is the same department. Epidemics, it's the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Flu, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry, because it is the avian flu. Chemical disasters is Ministry of Environment and Forests again. Industrial disasters, Ministry of Labor. Rail accidents, Ministry of Railways. Air accidents, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Fire is Ministry of Home Affairs. Nuclear incidents is Department of Atomic Energy. And mines, of course, is the Department of Mines. So this is clearly mentioned what type of disaster and which ministry is going to deal with them. But this is only at the central level, I should say, because these sorts of details are generally not given at the state level. Or, of course, there is clubbing. Now, this National Disaster Management Authority has been formed at the Government of India level. This is the apex body. And, of course, its chairman is the Prime Minister. Similarly, for the states, the chairman is the CM. And for the district level, it is the Zilla Parishad, the collectors, and the chair, their respective chairmen. So, you know, on paper, they have already been done for all districts. Every district has it. Some of the directions which have been given by the disaster management, the main body, is the states and districts should have their own funds. So the center is not going to give them any funds. The central funds which they have separately given will be given to the state only after it has exhausted its own pool. And similar is there for the districts. 8 battalions of National Disaster Response Force, they have been trained and they have been deployed with this communication system. And the MRF, this is basically the medical equipments and tools in 8 strategic locations, but only 8. Still, we have a long way to go. The council from where I come was involved with this type of programs, as I said, and we were using resource persons as they were voluntary, like Nehru Yuva Kendras, NCC, NSS volunteers, and also some self-help groups were involved. We were giving regular trainings, and we have given regular trainings in almost all the universities of the state. And in few district schools where we have involved the fire officers. What is the plus point of our training was, vision is of course to train volunteers in every ward, big vision I should say. You need to make them aware, caution and action stages need to be told. We also give training to the people so that they need not panic. Some psychologists are involved who do teamwork with the volunteers, and they train them through those teams how to tackle such a situation, so that they form a part of this preparedness committee. They are one of that team. Now, of course, we want to come to the normal situation as fast as we can. Now we have also had this know of skill development of how and why. Why does fire take place? Because we feel the science behind fire should be known. The science behind earthquake should be known. Why? How does it help in case I tell you that this is we have had a fire? What are the 3 things required in case of fire? Fires are there in the kitchen. Fires are there in the cinema halls because of electricity. Fire could be due to many conditions, forest fires. But what are the three basic things required for a fire? You need fuel. You need that temperature so that the thing gets ignited. So fuel is there, but the temperature is less. It won't catch fire. And the third thing is oxygen. So you cut out one and the fire goes. If every child who knows, class 3, 4 student also knows this oxygen is required, you cut off the oxygen and the fire will go off. What happens is, the panic is the problem. In a kitchen, many a times I've seen people, the oil goes into fire. You've heated your cradle to such an extent that it catches, the oil in the cradle catches fire. Now what do? The lady puts water. The flames go sky high. The best part is, you want to cut off even an atta which is always there in the kitchen. You going to cover it, no? Oxygen cut off kar doge, the fire will go off. The only thing is, people have used even that raak which was there in the chula. That layer forms, the oxygen is cut off, your fire goes off. So whatever is available and how you're going to use it, that is all what is going to make a difference. Remove the fuel from there. बहुत सारा fuel at times. In the earlier days, I still remember they used to have a house of coal, a full room full of coal or wood. So immediately remove the next which might come into contact and the fire would go out of hand. Similarly, what we observed was, you too must have seen, the fire extinguisher. How does the fire extinguisher work? We told everybody what was the story, because you have different types of fire extinguishers. How does it? The two liquids have to be mixed before they work. In some cases, when it's industrial fire, foam has to be spread on that, because you can't put water on everything. In that case, what happened? There has been fire in Delhi in one of the cinema halls, a very well-known story. There are fires in community places. There are fire in offices. I think every floor has a fire extinguisher. But how many of you know how to use a fire extinguisher? Have you had any hands-on training on it? No. So in case of an emergency, अरे निकाल तो लोगे, but आपको use ही नहीं करना आता. What are you going to do? Many times, people have said, oh, take out the fire extinguisher. And they have thrown the fire extinguisher in the fire because they did not use. So it wasn't used. It's of no use. Every individual should have a hands-on training. That's what we thought of. Every child in school should know if they have a fire extinguisher. And it's very easy. You don't need a new fire extinguisher. It has a life, a shelf life. After that, you have to replace it every 3 years or 2 years, whatever, depending upon. Because I think the ABC type is a one which you can use almost everywhere. And it gives powder. So in case of fire on the computer or something, you can spray it. So it has a life. What we do is, you can also go back to your college and propose that this should be done in your college as well. The shelf life is finished. Now you have to bring a new one. Use the old one. Karke to dekho, because you will get that sort of a confidence. In case of emergency, it is very much there, but you don't know what to plug out, how to spray it, what is to be pressed. That is not the time to teach when you are already facing the disaster. That is the time of action. Your equipment is lying, everything is there, but you are totally ignorant of how to use it. So that is what we started. We used to give hands-on training to every individual, every little child, the elder one, that how can you use a fire extinguisher so that in case of emergency, and luckily if you have them, you can use them. Even in your car, many people now use a fire extinguisher. They have a place to hold the fire extinguisher. But in case of emergency, I'm doubtful if most of us can use it, I would say still. So those sorts of things were done by us, which we were doing. And of course, we were using all these organizations, the Civil Defense, the Indian Red Cross, the Fire Brigade, the St. John's Ambulance. NCC, NSS, NYKs, and competent local organizations. We were doing almost all these modules were done in one program. All the state councils, whichever your state is you belong to, they are advised to take up such programs. So in case you are in need, you can contact the state council of your state and ask them if any of their programs is going on, and you can make use of those programs. Now what we do is we select the participants. They are selected on the basis of how well they can communicate, because if they can communicate, we use them especially for an emergency where they can take hold of the situation, and also see how they can pacify the people who are panicked. For that, you need very good communication skills. Then only you can pacify a person. But otherwise, the thing will be reversed. The person will go out of control. Who has a quick response to emergencies, can run around, get things done. And of course, we form a team of such situations in every area. Some people say every mohalla also of their area. It depends how much they can reach to. So these are the expectations we have from every team, that they should be possessing these sorts of skills. And if they don't possess them, we try to teach them such things. And leadership qualities also we see, because they have to be kept together. So for any project to come successfully, you do need a team leader. We also have a team leader for such programs. Then desired skills are also their ability to assess the damage, the destruction, and the looming risk quickly, so that these can be passed on to the authorities. Assess the medical and the other needs professionally, as I've already told you. Streamline distribution and relief materials. Upgrading of skills is very important, because every time you have a skill, it needs upgradation. There are so many changes. So there is a beautiful line, I don't know whether you've come across or not. So who are going to be the people of the educated 21st century are not the ones who can read and write, but the ones who can learn, unlearn, and relearn. Unlearning is very important of something which was earlier there, but now the situation has changed. So you should be updating yourself, unlearning the skills which are no longer in use, and relearn something which has come up recently. Update it, learn, relearn, and then upgrade your skill, because this is a very big skill which should be there, which would protect you from such a situation. Disposal of carcass, as I've already said, and communication network with the headquarters is very, very important in case you are facing this disaster. These are the few pictures of the training which we have done. I've told you one with the fire officer, where the extinguishers were used, and everybody was given a hands-on training. I think your fire officer would also be ready to part with such skills, so that every one of you has a feel how to use it. In case of an emergency, you have not to look for somebody at that stage, that somebody would come to help you even with a fire extinguisher, which is so handy lying next to you. This was the skill which I told you about, how to hold a casualty. This we did with students of a college. I think it was with Punjabi University. This we did training for girls, again handling the casualty, and everybody was able to do it, because it's the technique, it's not the weight of the person. You can hold the person who's much, much weightier than you, because the technique helps you. It's only possible if you know the technique that you can manage in such a situation. You can carry hold, rescue, how to bring the person from a height, all are taught in this plan. She's also carrying another girl, and you can see that she's not bent. She's not feeling the load of the individual, just because she has learned that technique. So we'll say community participation has been recognized as an additional element in the disaster management necessary to reverse the worldwide trend of exponential Whereas in disaster occurrence of loss from small and medium scale disasters, build a culture of safety, ensure sustainable development for all, which is the key word, because if you are going to reverse your development, you are going to again take another few years to come back on the path from where you started. So reduces impact of disaster coping and survival strategies long before you get outside help from NGOs or government arrives. The government will always arrive much, much later than the person, your own community. If the community is prepared, you can handle the situation by the time the outside help comes to you. Therefore, it is very, very important. As I said, millions of dollars, $1 to $3 is the range. Of course, I would say again, in terms of tangibility, you may not be able to say how much, but believe me, it's much more than what you anticipate. So we say be prepared. Preparation is the key word. Create a culture of preparedness. That is what we have learned through our programs, and evolve a code of conduct for all stakeholders in this manner. Future directions are given there. Best practices, skills. Everybody, we are talking of skills. These are the type of skills which every individual should possess, because that is going to help you, your family, your partner, your neighbor, and make a difference in their lives. Future directions are almost the same, which we've already discussed. Investment is the key word for preparedness. We need proper investments. In case they are not earmarked, you should force the people, should join together and say this is where we invest, because this is which is going to help you also, and this will not go a waste. We have had investments in the area of cyclone preparedness program, and we have seen that whenever now, because cyclones keep coming, when we killed almost 138,000 people in the coastal area, we have halved and quartered, and in May 1997, it was only 111. Last year, it was none. I still remember hearing to the news. It was, no one was killed due to the cyclone, because proper early information signals were given to the fishermen. All of them came back. So there was practically no loss of life. The areas which were evacuated, they were taken to safer places. And that is why if we have invested, we have also saved on it. So the motto is what we say at the moment. Don't be scared, be prepared. If you are prepared, you can handle any situation. Thank you so much. Any questions? I think it's more on the skill part. You need to ask questions. Yeah.
Yes, at GIT, do you have any questions or query for ma'am?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello, ma'am, your lecture was very informative. There is no query.
Thank you so much.
Okay, at RL College of Engineering and Technology.
Yes, we thank you very much for the informative lecture. All portions were informative, including preparedness and the planning part, very much appealing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can ask questions if you have any. Yeah.
Nice presentation, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But I would still feel that everybody, because we are into skill development programs, these sorts of skills should also be form a part of the skill development program. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Imparting this knowledge in this nearby area.
In this nearby area, of course, one is NITTTR.
Provide in the area also in
Okay, okay. I think this can be done in a project mode, because if you, I don't know about the TTTI, how much funds they have, but otherwise the government of India, if you write a simple proposal to NCSTC, DST, government of India, yeah, they fund these sorts of programs. You can get funds from them, and you can catch hold of people. Yeah, there is one organization which deals with this sorts of training. That is the police organization. And also, which one is it?
We are St. John's.
One is St. John's, no? One is that the one which takes care of your border security force also. Yes. They, Doctor, but they came when we asked them, no?
Yes,
they came because they come and train you. I said the module training which we were given for the CPR was given by them. Yeah. Yeah, you and all of you, I request you, you must get that hands-on training. It's very, very effective, very beneficial. And it's a lifelong thing which you learn. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, madam. I believe, and as I've seen, that it was very interesting and informative talk, sharing what need to be done about the disaster preparedness. So one of you were asking that about the training programs, what need to be done if they want to get it organized or conducted specially. So from an in-house training, the question about the first aid training, we are going to have the first-hand experience of first aid training. Tomorrow we are going to have a session from the expert who will demonstrate that in case of the adversities, what kind of situation to be handled in what manner. So one session is dedicated to that. Other than that, if those institutions, because the main objective of this institution is to spread not only awareness but develop the capacities in the other organizations also. So if you feel that you would like to get it organized at your place of institution, provided you have a good amount of faculty or people to be trained, so the institute normally accedes to these kind of requests and conduct the training program over there. So we look forward actually that more people join us and spread this message, which is becoming very vital importance. So now obviously before we meet back again, we need to fill back our stomach so that more blood supplies is back to the minds, right? So so that we are ready for the next session. So next session will be also quite informative and practical based program from the fire hazards, which is actually the condition which everyone has experienced. So thank you so much, and we have the lunch break. Thank you. Till 2:15. 2:15. Yes.
And also, I also request you, when Sharma ji comes in the afternoon session for fire, ask him to give them hands-on training on fire extinguishing. एक बार वो इनको जो वो फील आ जाए ना, so that in case of emergency, पड़े तो रहते हैं पर कोई चला नहीं पाता. That's what I have.
Oh, we have in our institution. Okay. Let me see if we can do that.
Any which is outdated, जाने वाला है, आपने change ही करना. इनको वो
नहीं, वो तो institution हमारी रिच है, उसको जाने वाले नहीं, नए को यूज करके करेंगे कोई बात नहीं.
That's good.
ठीक है, विल टेक केयर. हमारे एक्चुअली फायर हाइड्रेंट है मैडम पूरे इंस्टीट्यूशन में ना.
अच्छा जी.
पूरा हमने उसको कवर किया हुआ है विद फायर हाइड्रेंट. सो वी हैव प्रोवाइडेड आउटलेट्स एट डिफरेंट प्लेसेस. तो कल जो आपका कंसर्न है वो भी मैं शेयर कर रहा था कि वी नीड टू मेक एवरीबॉडी अवेयर दैट इन केस ऑफ इमरजेंसी हाउ टू यूज दैट. इट्स वेरी सिंपल. The only thing is, unless you have seen it, उसको open कैसे करना है, क्या करना है, तो वो थोड़ा सा issue होता है. तो thank you and see you 2:15. Okay.
नहीं होगा ना, सर भी नहीं है, अटेंडेंस शीट भी नहीं है, ठीक है।
भाई पहले साउंड बंद करता है, अब तुम बोलते रहिए फिर।
हेलो 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 सर, हेलो हेलो सर, हेलो सर, आपसे ही बात कर रहा हूं मैं। हेलो
हेलो,
हाँ जी सर, कैसे हो सर?
हाँ बढ़िया। हाउ आर यू? सॉरी, हाउ आर यू?
कौन सा कॉलेज है सर अपना?
JIT जयपुर।
ठीक सर, ठीक।
From which college?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to all the 4 centers and the live audience in the house. Our expert will be available with us shortly. And meanwhile, I would like you to please pay attention to an educational video, which will just be an introduction to what He is going to explain to you in detail. So please play the video. Okay. Video 1.
जी इसको राइट क्लिक करके
Hello viewers, I have pleasure Mr. N.L. Sharma, who is Chief Fire Officer in UT Chandigarh. We are right now standing in front of a very sophisticated equipment called hydraulic platform cum turntable ladder. Now this particular equipment is used for firefighting as well as for rescue operations. Is that right, Sharma ji? तो इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर कहीं फायर होती है तो इससे हम फायर को ये बुझाने का काम भी करेगा और वहाँ बिल्डिंग में जो विक्टिम्स हैं या अफेक्टेड लोग हैं उनको निकालने का भी काम करेगा. तो आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट यू शर्मा जी टू टेल अस मोर अबाउट दिस equipment and what are its components and how it is used for these operations.
Okay, this is a complete unit is called hydraulic platform cum turntable ladder. It is imported vehicle. We have imported it from Finland. So this Chandigarh Fire Department has this type of vehicles which are used for firefighting and rescue purpose from the high-rise buildings.
So one equipment is in our sector 17 building, and where is the other one?
Another one is in Manimajra near IT Park.
In Manimajra. Okay. So up to what height actually this equipment can be used?
This ladder can be used up to 42 meters.
42 meters.
42 meter in heights for both purpose, rescue and firefighting.
So does that mean that suppose 42 meters, say up to 8 or 10 story buildings, or
not 13 story.
13 story.
13 story.
Oh wow, that's great, I believe. And in Chandigarh, I think as per our existing norms, we really don't have 13 story building. Maybe we have maximum of 10 story building.
Only Chandigarh have one building, that is Punjab and Haryana Secretariat, which have only 10 floors.
10 floors. So means that this particular vehicle is good enough to meet any kind of contingency which happens in case of fire in the Chandigarh. Thank you. Now I would request you, Sharma ji, to kindly come and explain the various components. Sharma ji, I'll request you to explain the operations which are done on this cage, please.
Okay, now we are standing on the surface of the vehicle where hydraulic ladder has been mounted, and this part is the case of the ladder. There are 4 levers. One is for lowering the ladder, one is lifting the ladder, and these 2 levers are for the movement left and right. Vertical and horizontal functions can be done from this case. Firefighter can operate from this case for lifting, lowering and rotation of the ladder all side. And here this is the remote or the nozzle.
What is the purpose of remote? I believe that this is for the protection of the firefighter person.
This is the facility provided in the case for firefighter. He can use this remote for the movement of water nozzle up, down, left and right. Where he want water jet or spray, he can operate the nozzle through this remote. This part of the ladder is called water monitor. which is used by the fireman for firefighting purpose during firefighting operation. He can use this monitor with remote and without remote, both method he can use. And this is the water connection line. In case of additional delivery hose is required for firefighting purpose, then firefighter can connect this hose with this coupling for firefighting, and he will go inside the building for firefighting.
So Sharma ji, do we understand that this particular vehicle doesn't have any own water supply?
No, this has no own water supply. So this water supply is connected with the water tender or water bottle.
Okay, so we need to take along a water tender along with, and
Yes.
from there the supply is connected.
Yes, water supply is connected, but that water supply is connected at in the base. There is a connection.
Okay.
This connection is for the additional length is required to go inside the building, because this portion is at the height of 42 meters where fire actually occurred.
अच्छा, यानी कि हम इसके साथ एक होस पाइप फर्दर लगा के तो जहाँ बिल्डिंग में अंदर जाना है तो वहाँ जाके फिर वो बुझा सकते। ओके, तो थैंक यू, दैट्स गुड। लेट अस सी that from where we get the water supply now. Okay, that's
Now this part is the inlet. That was the outlet, and this is the inlet. Inlet of water connection. Both sides, this inlet has been provided. Water bowser or water tanker can be connected here, and we will get the water supply at the nozzle at the height of 42 meters at the outlet or inside the building for firefighting purpose and rescue purpose if water is required.
तो उसका शर्मा जी जो प्रेशर रिक्वायर्ड है वो कैसे डेवलप किया जाता है?
Sufficient pressure is developed with the pump, which is mounted in the water bowser or water tank.
Okay. Sharma ji, we see some control panel here also. What is this panel for? Can you tell me?
Actually, this is the main control of the ladder. Initially, at the time of starting and stopping the engine, the driver operator will start the vehicle here, and he stopped the engine from here, and he operated all levers, and he operated these levers for the operation of the outrigger. Both sides you have seen these outrigger. You can see jack also, so that the whole weight of the ladder and vehicle will apply on these outriggers, and he will balance the weight of the ladder and the vehicle from here. So after completing all these operations, then he will close this panel so that any notorious person or any may not disturb the system. So then the power has been gone at the top operation control and case in the case, and here in the rear side the seat, both sides dual control is there. So firefighter will operate only ladder from that both controls.
This panel has no control for operation of ladder.
No control of ladder. Okay. This is the control only to operate the outriggers and balance of the weight of the ladder and vehicle.
So other than the ladder operations which we just saw that we are doing from the cage, do any other place also the same controls are given?
Same control has been given at the surface of the vehicle. Here you see this seat. Operator can operate the ladder vertically and horizontally from this seat also, and at the case the dual control is there.
मुझे ये बताइए कि हमने ये ड्यूअल कंट्रोल सिस्टम देने का ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या पर्पस से यूज करते हैं?
देखो, इसके कई फायदे हैं। अब जो केस में फायर फाइटर काम कर रहा है वो आग भी बुझाने की उसको एडिशनल मैन पावर की वहाँ जरूरत पड़ सकती है। वो अंदर जा सकता है, किसी को जान बचानी है उसको बाहर लेके आ सकता है। देन जो यहाँ पे आदमी बैठा है वो कंट्रोल लेडर का कर सकता है, तो उसकी कन्वीनियंस दोनों जगह से हो। अगर वो फायरमैन है वहाँ पर धुएं के कारण वो अनकॉन्शियस हो जाता है, तो यहाँ बैठा ऑपरेटर जो है लेडर को नीचे ला सकता है, उसको उसकी जान को भी बचा सकता है। तो इसके काफी फायदे, ड्यूल कंट्रोल है इसका। these are breathing apparatus cylinders. Here is the atmospheric air is available. Breathing apparatus line is in the case at the height of 42 meter. In case of rescuer or firefighter has a need of oxygen, not purely oxygen, but atmospheric air is here. Mask is available there. Then mask can be used there for inhaling the atmospheric air, so that he may not affect with smoke or toxic gases. So this facility is also available in this.
तो थैंक यू सो मच, आपने बड़े अच्छे से हमें ये सारे इस हाइड्रोलिक प्लेटफॉर्म कम लैडर के बारे, जो ऑपरेशन के बारे बताया है, सिस्टम के बारे में, इट इज़ वेरी यूजफुल। लेकिन अब हम देखना चाहेंगे कि अगर कोई ऐसी कंटिजेंसी होती है, फायर होती है, तो इसको कैसे ऑपरेशन में लाया जाता है। तो इज इट पॉसिबल कि आप थोड़ा सा हमें इसका तो एक छोटा सा मॉक ड्रिल ऑपरेशन बताएं।
हाँ, वेरी बिल्कुल, व्हाई नॉट। These two are firemen. One is Shindrapal fireman and Mustaq Ali. Both will operate this ladder and they will rescue the person trapped at the height of the building. So now you will see the rescue operation, how they will.
ऑपरेशन दिखाने के लिए हमने इस बिल्डिंग के ऊपर एक आदमी ऑलरेडी भेज दिया है, जिसको हम सोचेंगे कि वो फायर विक्टिम है। तो जब फायर लगती है तो उस विक्टिम को कैसे बचाया जाता है, वो अभी हम इस ड्रिल के द्वारा देखेंगे। अभी हमने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की एक झलक देखी। अब ये मशीन इतना अच्छा काम करती है, ये व्हीकल, तो एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन मैं पूछना चाहूँगा कि इसकी कॉस्ट कितनी है।
जिस टाइम हमने ये गाड़ी परचेज की थी उस टाइम इसकी कॉस्ट 4 करोड़ थी।
वो कौन से ईयर में?
2006 में।
2006 से, यानी कि अभी आपके पास 7 साल से ये है।
हाँ, 7 साल से हमारे।
एंड इट इज डूइंग क्वाइट वेल।
हाँ, क्वाइट, नो प्रॉब्लम।
ओके, तो प्रेजेंट डेट में कितनी कॉस्ट होगी?
अभी इसकी कॉस्ट 6 करोड़ हो गई है।
6 करोड़?
6 करोड़।
अच्छा।
हम अभी और भी एक गाड़ी और नई परचेज करने जा रहे हैं जिसकी हाइट 55 मीटर से ज़्यादा होगी, और अभी अप्रूवल के लिए केस गया हुआ है, तो एक गाड़ी और आ जाएगी, तो 6 करोड़ से ज़्यादा।
तो जब रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में कुछ हमें, जैसे अभी हमें बताया था कि कुछ पाइपें वगैरह की जरूरत पड़ती है या कुछ और टूल, तो वो कहाँ रखे जाते हैं?
ये हमारे बोथ साइड लॉकर है, एक ये है, वो आगे लॉकर है। इस गाड़ी में जो रेस्क्यू के लिए या फायर फाइटिंग के लिए जो इक्विपमेंट हमें रिक्वायर्ड होते हैं वो इस लॉकर के अंदर अवेलेबल होते हैं। इसको आप देख रहे हैं, इसमें हमारे जो पाइप वगैरह, जो वाटर कनेक्शन के लिए पाइप दी गई, जिसको डिलीवरी हॉस कहते हैं, वो पाइप हमारे पास पड़ा है। और हेलमेट, जब रेस्क्यू करने के अंदर जाना है तो हेलमेट वगैरह इसमें रहता है, ये सारा इसमें अवेलेबल होता है। यहाँ as I have explained already, there is no water available in the hydraulic platform, for firefighting purpose, water tank is required. So we send water tender or water bowser at the site for firefighting purpose. And water line is connected from water tank to this inlet, so that water may be available at the 48 feet at the height for firefighting purpose in the high-rise building.
आपने अभी बोला वाटर टेंडर और एक आपने बोला वाटर बाउजर, इन दोनों में क्या फर्क है?
Water tender has the water capacity is only 5,000 liter. Not more than.
वो सिर्फ स्टोरेज के काम आता है?
Not for storage. Water storage is inside the water tank.
Okay.
Capacity is 5,000 liter. In the water tender there is a standards. Bureau of Indian standards. Not more than 5,000 liter water can be stored in the water tank.
Okay.
And water bowser has the capacity more than water tender. So that water bowser have 18,000 capacity of water. So at major fire, any disaster, water bowser is turned out for firefighting purpose. Initially, minor fire or initially water tender is put into service for firefighting purpose at the site. So if need, then water bowser is called and water bowser is used for firefighting.
तो जैसे अगर हमारे पास कुछ ऐसा फायर केस आता है कि ओपन में छोटी सी फायर है या सिंगल स्टोरी बिल्डिंग में छोटी फायर है, तो क्या वाटर टेंडर सफिशिएंट रहता है?
Water tender is sufficient. Water tender is sufficient. But in Chandigarh we have made the system in such a way. There is a distance between two fire stations not more than 5 kilometers, and there is standing SOP, standing operation procedure is two water tender are sent or turned out, one from the fire control room and another water tender immediately moved from the nearest fire station. So means one water tender reached on the spot within 2.5 minutes. Okay, so two water tender definitely reached on the spot.
तो अभी थोड़ा फिर हमें वाटर बाउजर के बारे में बताएंगे? Can we go there and see?
Water bowser is the same vehicle, only difference is capacity is higher. Water capacity is higher. Because the other purpose are same.
उसमें अगर हम वाटर बाउजर यूज करते हैं या वाटर टेंडर यूज करते हैं, तो पाइप से हम कितनी हाइट तक वो पानी फेंका जा सकता है? कुछ ऐसा से कोरिलेशन है?
वो 100 फीट तक पानी फेंक सकते हैं।
अच्छा,
100 फीट तक?
100 फीट तक? 100 फीट तो काफी अच्छी हाइट होता है।
It depend upon the pressure maintained by the pump and pump capacity. Second is the mode of fire extinction, that is water jet or water spray. So water spray range is less than water jet. So firemen decide at the site what is required, if water spray is required or the water jet is required. So water jet range is 100 feet. He can apply the water from 100 feet.
अब हम लोग खड़े हैं एक और इक्विपमेंट जिसको हम कहते हैं एडवांस रेस्क्यू टेंडर। इसका काम भी आग बुझाने के लिए इस्तेमाल होता है। तो मैं फिर से निवेदन करूंगा शर्मा जी से कि मशीन के बारे में थोड़ा सा।
I'm sure we all have gotten a brief insight into the topic which will be covered today, the topic of fire hazard and its control. And for this, we have amongst us an expert from this field. I'd like to welcome amongst us Mr. M.L. Sharma, who is the Chief Fire Officer, Chandigarh. And he has done his fire engineering from NFSC, Nagpur. He's also a graduate member of Institute of Fire Engineering, Delhi. His total service accounts for 31 years, and he has been awarded 30 commendation certificates in the field of fire by the Chandigarh Administration and Indian Railway Authority. Besides that, he is a member of the Disaster Management Committee of the UT Administration, which plans disaster preparedness, disaster mitigation, and other disaster management activities for the UT administration. He shoulders a very high responsibility because UT is not only a city, but it comprises of several villages. He has been associated with our organization NITTTR for the last 6 years as a resource person, and today he will be enlightening us in more detail on the subject of fire hazard and control. I'd like you to please welcome Mr. ML Sharma.
Sir, this one.
Fire
presentation.
Fire presentation.
Sir, this for next this previous year. ये previous.
ये चल रहा नहीं?
चल रहा है ये उत्थे जा रहे हैं ना 4 सेंटर पे ये 2 सेंटर्स हुआ है
ओके
तो आपको एनीवन से क्वेश्चन भी इनवाइट करवाए
Good afternoon, everybody. So, introduction has already been given to you. Now we will start the subject. Disaster. It is very important subject. Today we are going to discuss in this technical session. First of all, we should know the meaning of disaster, definition of disaster, different types of disasters, and fire is one of them, one type of disaster. You know, disaster is threat to life and property, which break the process of development. It occurred all of a sudden and without warning, right? Disaster word actually originate from French word désastre, which means anger of God. Because disaster occurred all of a sudden without warning, it is anger of God. It is occurred due to bad star or unfavorable star. Word famous dictionary Oxford Webster has defined it in different ways, means something happened all of a sudden causing loss of life and property is disaster. Disaster can be defined, disaster can be classified in two categories. First, natural disaster, and second is man-made disaster. Natural disaster, it can be again classified in three types. First, earth-related disaster, water-related disaster, and third is wind-related disaster. And first, earth-related disaster is, you know, earthquake, landsliding, avalanche, etc. Second, water-related disaster, flood, excess rain, cloud bursting, etc. These are water-related disasters. We are facing disaster everywhere. Third is natural disaster divided in three, and third is the wind related disaster. Storm, cyclone, tornado, hurricane, etc. These are the wind related disasters. In the second part of the disaster is man-made disasters. I think everybody knows it is not very important, but it is the truth. There are two types of disasters. So first is weather, war, enemy related activities. जो वार होता है बॉर्डर पर हमला होता है, enemy related activities. Arson, sabotage, riots. और इसके अलावा एक्सीडेंट, व्हीकल एक्सीडेंट, ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट, एरोप्लेन क्रैश, ship accident, fire itself, it is a big disaster. Industrial explosion, leakage of toxic gases, Bhopal tragedy, you know. Jaipur oil depot fire, you know. It was a big disaster. So many fire related disasters. Pollution. Air pollution, water pollution, or nowadays we are facing जो अपना आतंकवाद, it is very important. This is also man-made disaster. Terrorism is a big disaster, man-made disaster. We all, in everywhere we are facing different types of disasters. I think it is my opinion we can save ourselves if we keep ourselves in discipline, patience. We follow the rules and regulations. Man-made disaster can be avoided. Otherwise, these disasters will occur and will face the miseries, destruction. It affects our economy. So I will discuss only one of them, the fire disaster. Fire itself has a definition, meaning fire is chemical reaction which produce heat, light and smoke. I explained different types of disasters, meaning of disasters, what is the actually dictionary meaning and what is the meaning of disaster. So today I will discuss only the fire disaster, fire related disaster, explosion, fire due to explosion, fire due to electricity, man-made human negligence or different reason, कुछ भी हो सकता है. So fire occurred, it will destruct everything. So definition of fire is, it is a chemical reaction which produces heat, light and smoke. I will show you the definition. Fire is chemical reaction which produces heat, light and smoke. But sometimes fire means the combination of any flammable material that can burn with the help of oxygen and heat, as a result of which chemical reaction which take place, which will be combined with smoke and heat. The smoke may not be present sometimes. कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि ऐसे material, combustible material which not produce the heat and smoke. So this is the small definition. The factor responsible for fire. Fire itself is a very big subject, wide subject, and it is neglected, and we all ignore this topic, this subject. We never discussed on this important subject. We all face the consequences of fire disaster. everywhere in urban and rural area, multi-story buildings and slums, everywhere fire is occurred. Reason may be different, but we are facing all these problems. How it occurred? मेरे अपने घर में 2 बार आग लग चुकी, म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन जिसके अंडर हमारा फायर डिपार्टमेंट है 5 बार आग लग चुकी. Fire can be occurred any time, anywhere. We say this is our guest. Atithi. Atithi devo bhaj. Atithi जिसके आने की कोई तिथि. It can appear anywhere, anytime. What? Atithi devo bhav. We have to pay respect to the fire. It is our guest. देव है जी, इसकी हमको वंदना करनी है, रिस्पेक्ट करनी है, रिगार्ड करना है. Friends, whenever we have ignored the fire, it is disastrous, it is harmful, and big disaster has been occurred when human being has ignored this fire, this atithi, this dev. इस देवता को जब भी इग्नोर किया, इसको इंसल्ट किया, तो हमने इसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस भुगते हैं और बहुत बड़ा डिजास्टर, डिस्ट्रक्शन हुई है. हाउ इट अकर्ड? देयर आर सम फैक्टर्स व्हिच आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर फायर. ओनली 3 फैक्टर्स आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल. very easy to understand, but we always ignore this subject. Oxygen, it is available everywhere in high-rise buildings, slums, rural, urban area, factories, everywhere, metropolitan cities. Oxygen is available everywhere. It means the fire can be occurred there. ये समझ लेना चाहिए, आग वहां लगेगी. Fuel is everywhere. कौन सी जगह है जहां फ्यूल नहीं है? Combustible material is available in rural area, गांव में, फॉरेस्ट में, झोंपड़ी में, multi-story building में, this education institute, bank and offices, industry, everywhere fuel is available. Means fire can be occurred any time. Heat is also available. Means आग से हम बच नहीं सकते, आग लगेगी. We should understand that these 3 factors are responsible for fire, and we have denoted it like a triangle of fire, like 3 arms of the triangle. There are 3 arms of 3 factors of fire. It is necessary to understand this triangle of fire, because on the basis of this triangle of fire there are the principle of fire extinction. आगे मैं बताऊंगा आपको. This is the chain reaction of these factors. Now, method of fire extinction. If we remove one arm of the triangle, nobody can say this is a triangle. Triangle खत्म हो गया. Can't say this is the triangle. Similarly, we have to remove one factor of the fire. 3 जो फैक्टर्स थे, उन फैक्टर में से एक फैक्टर को हमने खत्म कर दिया, देन फायर विल एक्सटिंग्विश. वेरी सिंपल, वेरी इजी. किसी भी चीज को आग लग जाए, ट्रेन में आग लग गई, कार में आग लग गई, घर में आग लग गई, पेट्रोल पंप पे आग लग गई, एंड इंडस्ट्री में आग लग, कहीं भी, एनीवेयर, whenever fire occurred, you have to remove one arm of triangle, means one factor of the fire triangle. Then fire will be extinguished. First, which is possible? क्या possible हमारे लिए? जो तीनों में से जो हम कर सकते हैं वो हम करेंगे. First is removal the heat, if possible. हमारे लिए देखना हमने है. We have to apply our mind. आग, मेरे घर में आग लगी, मैंने कहा 2 बार आग लगी मेरे घर में लगी. I have to apply the mind. क्या करना होगा उस टाइम पर? Either I remove the heat or I have to remove the fuel, combustible material, और ऑक्सीजन, जो हमें आसान लगता है, विदाउट रिस्क. सो फर्स्ट इज द रिमूवल ऑफ हीट. कैसे करेंगे रिमूवल ऑफ हीट? वाटर इज मोस्ट कॉमनली यूज्ड फॉर कूलिंग ए फायर. पानी का इस्तेमाल करते हैं. नाउ क्वेश्चन इज व्हाई वाटर आर यूजिंग एवरीवेयर? फायर ब्रिगेड पीपल, whenever called, They reach the spot, immediately they connect the hose pipe with the pump and spray the water. कहा जाता है कि फायर ब्रिगेड के लोगों, जहां आग लगी थी वो आग से जला और जो बाकी बच गया वो फायर ब्रिगेड के लोगों ने पानी डाल के बर्बाद कर दिया. दिस इज ब्लेम गिवन टू द फायर ब्रिगेड पीपल्स. बट लॉजिकली पानी क्यों अप्लाई करते हैं? फर्स्ट, द combustible material, when we applied the water on the combustible material on a fire, it will cool down the combustible material. First. Second, vapors are generated. Evaluation of vapors, it covered the combustible material, it cut off the oxygen. जो उसको ऑक्सीजन मिल रही होती, ऑक्सीजन जो है फर्स्ट हीट को कम किया और सेकंड आर्म उसकी जो ट्रायंगल ऑफ फायर की थी उसके एक हीट को खत्म किया, एक आर्म उसकी खत्म कर दी और दूसरी आर्म उसकी ऑक्सीजन की थी उसको डैमेज कर दी. वाटर इज commonly used on fire. It is the most effective media of extinction. It has great heat absorbing properties. Cooling by water will extinguish a fire by absorbing more heat than the fire is generating. Simple. So means we all should be ready to store the water in our house, in our shop, in our institute, school, college, industry, according to the storage of combustible material and risk of fire. Accordingly, it is our duty to store the water in the premises to extinguish the fire. अगर हम चाहते हैं कि हमारा ये जो प्रीमाइसेस जो सेफ रहे और ऑल ऑफ सडन व्हेन फायर अकर्ड हमें आग बुझाने के लिए पानी मिले और फायर से नुकसान ना हो, तो हमें एक स्टोरेज पानी की करके रखना जरूरी है. अब सेकंड मेथड ऑफ एक्सटिंक्शन, सेम वही, रिमूवल ऑफ फ्यूल. स्टार्वेशन, starving method. We have given the name starving. पहले cooling method, when we have applied the water and we say okay, this is the cooling, cool down the material, combustible material, fuel. Now this is the starving method, when we remove the fuel combustible material, when we remove easily, means for example there are curtain of cloth curtains, all of a sudden one curtain has catch the fire from switchboard or any other reason, we have to remove, we have create distance between the burning curtain and the safe curtain. Then one curtain will burn in the fire totally, it will convert in ashes. What the further जो curtain है वो safe रहेंगे, वो बचेंगे. मीन उसको भूखे मार दो आग को. आग को खाने के लिए एक कर्टन मिला, खाने की कोशिश फायर ने करी कि मैं 20 कर्टन पूरे खा जाऊंगा, लेकिन उसको एक मिला और वहीं पे वो भूखे ही उसको खत्म कर दे. मीन्स स्टारवेशन मेथड. हाउ वी कैन डू दिस? फायर विल गो आउट इफ डिप्राइव्ड ऑफ इट्स फ्यूल सप्लाई. अगर फ्यूल सप्लाई को बंद कर दें, फ्यूल कंबस्टिबल मटेरियल को हम खत्म कर दें, तो आग बुझ जाएगी. गैस, चंडीगढ़ में ऐसा हो रहा है कि पाइपलाइन से अब एलपीजी गैस आएगी. अब अगर गैस पाइपलाइन में हम वॉल बंद कर दे, गैस की फर्दर सप्लाई ना मिले, तो आगे आग जलना बंद हो जाएगी. जंगलों में आग लगी, उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल, J&K, कैलिफोर्निया और डिफरेंट प्लेसेस, यू हैव सीन द जो है भयानक जो सीन थे उसके, आग के कंट्रोल नहीं हुई जंगलों में. वी कैन ओनली एक्सटिंग्विश दिस फायर बाय यूजिंग दिस मेथड. पानी जंगल में कहाँ मिलेगा? फायर की गाड़ी कहाँ पहुंच पाएगी? कोई रास्ता नहीं है. जहां आग है उसके चारों तरफ एक हम सड़क बना दें, ब्रेक डाल दें, कंबस्टिबल मटेरियल को वहां से रिमूव कर दें, जेसीबी मशीन लेकर के रिमूव कर दें, चारों तरफ से सूखे पेड़ झाड़ियों को काट दें, तो यहाँ की आग कहीं भी नहीं फैलेगी, चारों तरफ कहीं नहीं फैलेगी. वहीं पे एक जगह ही जो है वो जल करके खत्म हो जाएगी. स्टारवेशन मेथड वी हैव यूज्ड एंड फायर टोटली एक्सटिंग्विश्ड, कंप्लीटली इट हैज बीन extinguished. Fire caused by gas leak can be extinguished by turning off the gas. This is the example. So now we have again second arm of fire triangle removed, and now we are successful to extinguish the fire. Third is the removal of oxygen, blanketing and smothering method. Which are the three methods of extinction? Cooling method or starvation, and this is the smothering and blanketing method. So कैसे, how it happened? A fire can be extinguished by removing or limiting its oxygen supply, because it is very difficult to totally उसको कट कर देना ऑक्सीजन को, ऐसा पॉसिबल नहीं है, बट उसको हम कम कर सकते हैं, रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं, जिससे एक्सपेंशन जो फायर की है उसकी ट्रैवलिंग ऑफ फायर या स्प्रेडिंग ऑफ फायर कैन बी रिड्यूस्ड. It is not necessary to completely remove the supply of oxygen. Reduction of oxygen is sufficient to extinguish a fire. तो एक बहुत बड़ा जो फायर डिजास्टर उसको रोका जा सकता है. कितने भयंकर, इसमें जो जयपुर डिपो में आग लगी है, कितनी भयंकर आग थी, सबके हाथ खड़े हो गए, ये आग नहीं बुझ सकती, कितना तेल जल गया, कितना हमारी इकोनॉमी पे असर हुआ और नुकसान, पोल्यूशन जो हुआ वो अलग से. तो इन चीजों को हम इस ढंग से उसको कम किया जा सकता है, ऑक्सीजन को कम करके रोका जा सकता. एक कमरे के अंदर आग लगी है तो उसको बढ़ने से रोका जा सकता, ट्रेवल करने से रोका जा, उसको स्प्रेड करने से रोका जा सकता है बाय यूजिंग दिस मेथड, ऑक्सीजन की सप्लाई को कम करके. अब इट इज आल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू नो विच आर द डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ फायर. आग को बुझाना है तो हमें ये जानना बहुत जरूरी है उसकी डिफरेंट टाइप्स को. According to classification of fire, we can choose the best method of extinction. अगर हमें आग का पता नहीं है, बिजली को आग लगी है, वहां पर हमें क्या मेथड यूज करना है वो हमें तब पता चलेगा कि आग किस चीज को. First of all, we should know the which type of fire has been occurred in the industry or a college, institute or anywhere organization, जहां कहीं भी, घर में. What is the combustible material? जल क्या रहा है, तो उस सब की जानकारी लेकर के then we have start the firefighting by selecting the best method. First, class A. Class A fire is the solid material such as wood, plastic, textile and their products, paper, housing and clothing etc. ऐसी जो आग होती है उसको क्लास A में रखा गया है. B class is all flammable liquids, chemicals, petrol, diesel, thinner, etc. Flammable liquids all comes in this class. Class C is flammable gases, LPG, butane, propane, hydrogen and methane, etc. Different types of जो gases है जो flammable है, this comes in this class. Class D is combustible metals, aluminium, magnesium, titanium, etc. According to classes of fire, if they catch fire, we have to select the best method and best equipment which is most suitable for these type of classes. Ordinary water CO2, water or CO2 gas or a ordinary powder cannot be used on metal fire. Water cannot be applied on the electricity fire. Water cannot be applied on these types of electronic gadgets. Powder cannot be used on these types of electronics machinery. Foam is the most suitable for liquids fire, chemical fires. Water cannot be used. आगे हम देखते हैं. Fire extinguisher chart. These are some fire extinguishers. All have the red color. Different types. Water, foam, dry powder, carbon dioxide, which are generally used, available in the market, and we use all these type of fire extinguishers available in all buildings. Suitability of their water can be solid, it is the most suitable, बाकी के लिए नहीं है. Foam is most suitable for solid and flammable liquids, and dry powder, it is suitable for solid, flammable liquids, flammable gases, electrical equipments, but not for electronics. And carbon dioxide is most suitable for flammable liquids, electricals and cooking oils and fats वगैरह. Classification of buildings. You are a student of engineering classes? Okay. When we plan any building, we prepare the building plan. Town planning, chief architect department prepare the building plan. Which type of building we are going to construct in this particular piece of land. It is the duty of the engineer to prepare fire safety layout plan. And he may himself prepare or he may hire the qualified क्या कहते हैं उसको कॉन्ट्रैक्टर नहीं उसमें क्वालिफाइड जो इसमें प्रोफेशनल फॉर दिस पर्पस फॉर प्रिपेयरिंग लेआउट प्लान and thereafter he will allot the project of fire safety installation. This is the duty of the engineer. Daily we face all these things. Now just when I start to come here, two engineers were sitting in my office and they have not prepared properly the layout plan of the building. So it is duty of the engineers to prepare the fire safety layout plan. So layout plan will be prepared if he knows the different types of the buildings. All buildings are not same. Every building is different. Occupancy is different. Classification of building I am showing here based on the occupancy as per National Building Code of India. Occupancy, height, structure of the building. Architect and the chief architect town planning has made the planning. College is required in this sector, this area. Education institute. What the educational institute, that particular building comes under educational group B. And what is required for group B? हमें पता होना चाहिए. Group B educational building, how it will be protected from fire, which type of fire safety is required for this particular of building. So we should know the different types of building. You are first is the residential building. Residential building जहाँ हम रहते हैं, हम रहते हैं, परिवार रहते हैं, group of houses है, group of houses come under one single management और दूसरे houses individual जो houses हैं वो सब residential building. ग्रुप बी एजुकेशनल, स्कूल कॉलेजेस जितने भी हैं सब इस ग्रुप बी में आते हैं. ग्रुप सी इंस्टीट्यूशनल. अगर हम ये नहीं जानते तो हमारा ज्ञान अधूरा, हमारा नॉलेज अधूरा, हम कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे. तो हमें बिल्डिंग की क्लासिफिकेशन जानना बहुत जरूरी है. असेंबली बिल्डिंग. ग्रुप सी इंस्टीट्यूशनल. इंस्टीट्यूशनल में हॉस्पिटल, नर्सिंग होम एक्सेट्रा जो ऐसी है वो सब ग्रुप सी में. ग्रुप डी असेंबली बिल्डिंग और सिनेमा हॉल्स, मल्टीप्लेक्सेस, ये सब इसमें आते हैं असेंबली बिल्डिंग. मंदिर, गुरुद्वारे, मस्जिद, थिएटर और ये ऑडिटोरियम वगैरह ये सब असेंबली में. ग्रुप ए बिजनेस बिल्डिंग. बिजनेस बिल्डिंग ऑल ऑफिसेस, सेक्रेटेरिएट और गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसेस, प्राइवेट ऑफिस, कंपनी जो ऑफिसेस है, ऑल सब कम्स अंडर ग्रुप ए. ग्रुप एफ मर्केंटाइल्स मींस द शॉपिंग सेंटर्स. जितने भी हमारे शॉप्स हैं, शोरूम है, बूथ है, ये सब comes under this group F. कमर्शियल बिल्डिंग जिसको कह सकते हैं. ग्रुप जी इंडस्ट्रियल बिल्डिंग. यहाँ पर कोई प्रोसेसिंग होती है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होती है, दैट इज ग्रुप जी इंडस्ट्रियल. ग्रुप एच स्टोरेज, यहाँ स्टोरेज की जाती है. स्टोरेज मीन्स किसी कंपनी, कार कंपनी, व्हीकल कंपनी का जो डीलर है जहाँ उसने कार स्टोर कर रखी है, दैट इज द स्टोरेज. वेयर हाउसेस, यहाँ ग्रेन स्टोर कर रखा है, तो वो सारा इसमें आता है. एंड ग्रुप जे हैजार्डस, जिसमें एक्सप्लोसिव मटेरियल, हैजार्डस मटेरियल, टॉक्सिक मटेरियल इज स्टोर्ड, दैट टाइप ऑफ बिल्डिंग कम्स अंडर ग्रुप जे. सो we have a knowledge of different types of buildings. Now identify the fire hazard. तो बिल्डिंग में हैजर्ड क्या हो सकता है, कैसे आग लग सकती है वहाँ. तो फर्स्ट सोर्स ऑफ इग्निशन. इस बिल्डिंग में इग्निशन का सोर्स क्या है. एक ढाबा है, रेस्टोरेंट है, वहां पर ऑयल यूज कर रहे हैं, केरोसिन, गैस, ह्यूज गैस इज यूज देयर, तो वहां पर सोर्स ऑफ क्या है, हैजर्ड क्या है, वो हमको देखना है। सोर्स ऑफ फ्यूल, क्या जलने के लिए है क्या वहां, वो चीज समझते। सोर्स ऑफ ऑक्सीजन, कितनी ऑक्सीजन वहां अवेलेबल है। समटाइम्स क्या ऐसा देखा जाता है किसी जगह विंड वेलोसिटी, एयर बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर होता है, विंड वेलोसिटी बहुत होती है, वहां आग इस तरफ लगी एकदम फैल जाए, दूसरे कोने तक आग निकल जाती है। कई बार ऑक्सीजन हवा बिल्कुल होती ही नहीं है, ऑक्सीजन होती है लेकिन विंड वेलोसिटी, उसकी हवा की रफ्तार बहुत कम होती है या बिल्कुल नहीं होती। इट अफेक्ट द फायर, साइज ऑफ फायर। सोर्स ऑफ इग्निशन क्या क्या है, अभी ये आर्सन, अग्निशन कुछ भी, आग लगने को वैसे कुछ नहीं है लेकिन कोई शरारत कर सकता है, लगा सकता है। स्मोकर मटेरियल, सिगरेट भी फेंक दी, नेक्ड फ्लेम्स, ऐसे आग जला रहे हैं। इलेक्ट्रिकल, गैस, पोर्टेबल हीटिंग इक्विपमेंट्स यूज कर रहे हैं। हॉट प्रोसेसेस, पेंट, स्ट्रिपिंग, वेल्डिंग, लाइटिंग इक्विपमेंट एक्सेट्रा, ऐसा कुछ भी हो सकता है, किसी भी कारण से आग लग सकती है, ये वहां पर सोर्स है। सोर्स ऑफ फ्यूल, अब जलने के लिए ये कमरा पूरा खाली पड़ा जा है ही कुछ नहीं जलने के लिए, तो फिर आग कैसे लगेगी, तो जलने को कुछ नहीं। लेकिन हमें देखना होगा ऐसा कभी नहीं है कि कोई बिल्डिंग बिल्कुल ही खाली हो, वहां फ्यूल ना हो। फ्लेमेबल लिक्विड्स, वेस्ट प्रोडक्ट्स, पैकेजिंग मटेरियल, वेस्ट प्रोडक्ट्स, स्टेशनरी, सॉफ्ट फर्निशिंग एंड फर्नीचर, सम कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल, कुछ ना कुछ तो अवेलेबल किसी ना किसी जगह होगा। ये देखिए महाशय बैठे हुए हैं, रद्दी इकट्ठी कर रखी है, ढेर लगा रखा है, डिस्पोजल नहीं करनी है, इकट्ठा करते जाओ सब कुछ जितना है, ऑल ऑफ सडन चिंगारी कहीं से मिलती है और आग लगती है, सब कुछ जल के खाक जाए। सो कंबस्टिबल मटेरियल पीरियोडिकली वी हैव टू डिस्पोज ऑफ, कभी इकट्ठा करके नहीं रखना चाहिए। घरों में भी हम बहुत सारा सामान इकट्ठा कर करके रखते हैं। बहुत गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस एंड प्राइवेट ऑफिस वी हैव सीन कि सीढ़ियों के किनारे पे इकट्ठा कर दिया, बालकोनी में इकट्ठा कर दिया, लॉबी में भर दिया, छत पे भर दिया। कई ऐसे ऑफिस मैंने देखे छत के ऊपर ह्यूज उन्होंने कबाड़ इकट्ठा करके रखा हुआ है, और कभी भी कहीं दिवाली पर हवाई आई और छत पे गिरी और आग लगी। किसी ने पटाखा चलाया और वहां बालकोनी में गिरा और वहां आग लगी, हमारा घर भी खत्म हो गया। सो दिस इज द जो मटेरियल, इतना कंबस्टिबल मटेरियल इकट्ठा किया हुआ है, इससे हमें बचना चाहिए। ट्रांसमिशन ऑफ हीट, सो इट इज वेरी सरप्राइज समटाइम्स वी से कि आग इस कमरे में लगी है, उस कमरे में कैसे चलेगी। दिस इज मैटर ऑफ इंक्वायरी, वहां कैसे लगी। खुद हैरान होते हैं कि जानबूझ के लगाई होगी, उस आदमी ने लगाई हुई, से हम ब्लेम देने लगते हैं। सो ट्रांसमिशन ऑफ हीट, हीट always transmitted. You know, you are an engineering student, you are all engineer. So fire is spread by convection, conduction, radiation, contact or direct heat. इसलिए हम बहुत बार कहते हैं कि कंपार्टमेंटेशन, मैं आगे चल के बताऊंगा कंपार्टमेंटेशन, व्हेन वी विल डिस्कस डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ फायर सेफ्टी मेजर्स, फायर सेफ्टी प्रोटेक्शंस, which type of fire safety is required in the multi-story building. So fire always spread through the openings. Combustible, एक एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट चंडीगढ़ में, all of a sudden when I went there, ये शायद जहां भी होगा, ये दीवार के 4 इंच ब्रिक वॉल के बीच में थर्मोकोल भरा हुआ है। ऑल ऑफ सडन मैं वहां गया किसी के साथ ऐसे, तो मैंने पूछा ये क्या कर, थर्मोकोल क्यों भर रहे हो, कहते साउंड प्रूफ कर रहे हैं इसको। और थर्मोकोल इतना कंबस्टिबल है, लाइक पेट्रोल, एक किनारे से चिंगारी लगी ना दूसरे किनारे पहुंच जाएगी एकदम तेजी से, बहुत रफ्तार, स्पीडीली। मैंने कहा ये मत करो, इतने स्टूडेंट जहां बैठ के पढ़ेंगे, कोचिंग सेंटर आएंगे, उनकी लाइफ का तो सोचो कुछ। नहीं, वो उनको कहने लगे आप इनको कहां साथ ले आए, हमारे लिए क्यों मुसीबत खड़ी कर रहे हो, ये कहां से आप लेके आ गए इनको। मैंने कहा मैं कोई आपके खिलाफ कोई लीगल एक्शन नहीं, कोई सजा नहीं दे रहा, मैं तो एक एडवाइस कर रहा हूं आपको, सजेशन दे रहा हूं कि बच्चों की सेफ्टी का देखो, अगर कहीं आग लग गई तो आग तो चारों तरफ फैल जाएगी, उनको निकलने का रास्ता नहीं बनेगा। कौरवों ने जैसे पांडवों के लिए क्या लक्ष्य गृह बनाया, आप तो वो बना रहे हो ये, ठीक है। इन चीजों से बचें, कंबस्टिबल मटेरियल जो है कम से कम हो, आग स्प्रेड ना हो। स्मोक मूवमेंट थ्रू बिल्डिंग, कैसे स्मोक फैलता है। आग जलने से ज्यादा मौतें नहीं होती, ज्यादा मौतें होती सफोकेशन से। व्हेन वी फील सफोकेशन ड्यू टू स्मोक, when we inhaling the carbonaceous substances, there is suffocation, breathing problem. उससे जो फेफड़े लंग्स चोक होते हैं और आदमी कोलैप्स हो जाता है. सो मूवमेंट, स्मोक एंड फ्लेम ऑलवेज गोज अपवर्ड. ये ध्यान रखिएगा हमेशा. ये मैंने इसलिए मैं दिखाना चाह रहा हूं ये जो कि कहीं भी आग लगे, यू हैव टू कम डाउन इमीडिएटली. किसी ने अभी बताया आग लग गई तो हमें ऊपर नहीं जाना, हमें फौरन नीचे ग्राउंड की तरफ भागना है. इस स्टेयरकेस से नहीं, इधर से पता चला धुआं बहुत है, दूसरे स्टेयरकेस को आप अडॉप्ट करिए, वहां से नीचे जाइए, किसी ना किसी तरीके से नीचे की तरफ जाइए. स्मोक ऑलवेज जो है गो अपवर्ड, ऊपर को जाता है, फ्लेम ऊपर को जाती है. तो ये चिमनी हमारे बहुत सारी बिल्डिंग्स के अंदर ऐसी ओपनिंग है जिसको हम सर्विस डक्ट्स भी कहते हैं. डिफरेंट डक्ट्स, एसी डक्ट्स हैं, सर्विस डक्ट्स हैं. इवन के रेनोवेशन के टाइम जब रिपेयर बिल्डिंग करते हैं, वॉल और सीलिंग के बीच में कई ऐसे होल हैं, जैसे वो होल सामने नजर आ रहा है, वो देखो केबल उसमें आई है, क्या है वो, एसी के लिए, स्प्लिट एसी के लिए. इसको सील करना बहुत जरूरी है. इनको सीलिंग जो है बहुत जरूरी. अदरवाइज अगर जहां आग लगी, स्मोक वहां से उस तरफ चला जाएगा, वहां पर बैठे लोगों को प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी. सो वी हैव टू रिस्ट्रिक्ट द फ्लेम एंड स्मोक. दिस इज द स्मोक मूवमेंट थ्रू ए बिल्डिंग. कैसे स्मोक फैलता है, आई हैव शोन इन दिस पिक्चर. फायर फाइटिंग इक्विपमेंट्स, डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ बिल्डिंग्स हमें पता चल गया. अब उनमें हमने कौन कौन से इक्विपमेंट रिकमेंड करने हैं. आई एम इंजीनियर, आई हैव टू रिकमेंड द अथॉरिटी, द क्लाइंट जो भी है, आई एम स्ट्रक्चर इंजीनियर या जो भी हैं, सिविल इंजीनियर, पब्लिक हेल्थ का एसी इंजीनियर, जो भी. तो आई हैव टू रिकमेंड द अथॉरिटी, द ओनर ऑफ द बिल्डिंग, डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ फायर सेफ्टी. दिस इज द बिल्डिंग, द हाइट इज 15 meter as per the building plan. Now I am recommending the fire safety for this building, which is 15 meter in height or more, or less than 15 meter. These types of fire safety is required, and this is the list of the fire safety equipment which are required in particular building according to occupancy and height. इसको ध्यान में रखना है. ऑक्यूपेंसी उसकी क्या है, वहां उसका ट्रेड क्या, यूज क्या है उस बिल्डिंग का, वो, और हाइट कितनी है अकॉर्डिंग टू. एक्चुअली दिस इज द नेशनल बिल्डिंग कोड ऑफ इंडिया हैज रिकमेंडेड डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ फायर सेफ्टी measures you can see on the internet. First is the fire extinguisher, which are most important fire equipment. It is handy, it is portable, it is the first aid firefighting equipment which can be used and which is generally used everywhere. Maybe height 3 meter, maybe height 15 meter, maybe more. Fire extinguisher is required each and every building, even in our car, kitchen, everywhere, in residential to all hazardous building. Every building must have a fire extinguishers. ये तो हमको रिकमेंड करना ही है, ये तो जरूरी है. दिस इज वेरी essential to recommend to install the fire extinguisher. Hazards. It is second fire safety measures which has been taken to install in the building. It is required in the more than 15 meter and less than 15 meter also. Hazards in educational institutes and other institutes also. But in residentials, if the height of the building of the residential building is more than 15 meter, then hazard is required. If less than 15 meter, it is not required. Sprinkler, wet-riser and downcomer system with accessories. Wet-riser, it is technical name. आपको मैं समझा देता हूँ. Wet-riser and downcomer. What is the difference between wet-riser and downcomer? If height of the building is less than 15 meter, then downcomer is required. If more, then wet-riser is required. Working is same. Wet-riser means when water flow in the pipe from pump room to upward, छत की तरफ पानी जाता है पंप रूम से, यूजीआर से, अंडरग्राउंड वाटर टैंक से पानी जो है ऊपर जाता है और 24 आवर्स अवेलेबल रहता है, चार्ज रहती है पाइप. और एनी टाइम एनी फ्लोर यू कैन यूज. व्हेन वी हैव जस्ट open the ball you can get the sufficient pressure in the pipeline at the nozzle. Or downcomer, it comes with gravity from the roof, that is the rooftop water tank. Water tank of 5,000 or 10,000 capacity we have installed on the rooftop, and it will come with gravity. It is called the downcomer system with accessory, and we can use this water at any floor. And fourth is the sprinkler system. Sprinkler system is the automatic system. आप कहीं भी जाइए, बॉम्बे और या चंडीगढ़ या कहीं इवन के अब्रॉड, you can see all these fire safety measures. Some are automatic and some are manual. Fire extinguisher, hose, vectorizer, downcomer are the manual fire safety measures. Sprinkler is the automatic system. हमें किसी को कुछ नहीं करना. Once you have installed in the building, you have hand over the building fire safety system to the owner or authority. When there is fire, it will work automatically. Sprinkler system is a small sprinkler head installed with the ceiling and charged with water, full pressure, and automatically it will spray the water with the effect of heat. Fire brigade connection inlet. It is necessarily provided in the building, in multi-story buildings, or even buildings height have less than 15 meters. Fire brigade connection or inlet is required for the use of fire brigade peoples. जब पानी नहीं मिलता है तो अपनी गाड़ी का पाइप वहाँ कनेक्ट करते हैं, ऊपर पानी पहुँच जाता है, जहाँ चाहिए उस फ्लोर पर पानी उनको मिल जाता है. So this is the fire brigade connection. It is also essentially required as per the National Building Code of India. Terrace water tank, terrace rooftop के वहाँ जो टेरेस वाटर टैंक है वो बहुत ज़रूरी है. अगर वो हमारे अंडरग्राउंड यूजीआर पंप रूम फेल हो गया, पानी ऊपर नहीं जा पाया, तो हमें टेरेस वाटर टैंक से ग्रेविटी से पानी नीचे आ जाएगा. देन वी कैन कंट्रोल द फायर. अगर एक्सटिंग्विश नहीं कर सकते तो कंट्रोल में कर सकते हैं उसको, जब तक फायर ब्रिगेड के लोग वहाँ आए. सो these are facilities are provided for the use of occupants. कि जब तक फायर ब्रिगेड नहीं पहुंचता है तब तक हम इसका यूज करें, उनके लिए है. अंडरग्राउंड वाटर स्टोरेज टैंक, ये बहुत जरूरी है मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग में. और लेस देन 15 मीटर इट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड. illuminated exit sign is again very important, but this is a not a big or important, but actually देखा जाए तो इसका फायदा बहुत है. it will not extinguish the fire, not control the fire, it will not give any warning. This is the only for whenever you have seen कि आग लगी, किसी ने कहा, अलार्म हुआ, this will direct you कहाँ जाना है. बाहर निकलते हमें धुआं लगा, आंखों में बंद हो गई हमारी आंखें, दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, जरा सी आंख खोली दिखा, तो दिस विल गाइड द एग्जिट साइन इल्यूमिनेटेड. अंधेरे में, स्मोक में, ये आपको रास्ता दिखाएंगे बिल्डिंग से बाहर जाने के लिए. सेफ प्लेस जहां भी आपको जाना है वहां का रास्ता दिखा सकते हैं. कंपार्टमेंटेशन, एज आई हैव ऑलरेडी सेड, कि वो जैसे होल है ऐसे ओपनिंग, वर्टिकल and horizontal openings are the compartmentation. The horizontal and vertical जो है ये it must be sealed with non combustible material. यानी लकड़ी लगा दी, वहाँ गत्ता लगा दिया, कागज बीच में दे दिया, कोई कपड़ा बीच में दे, लो बंद हो गया, धुआं नहीं जाएगा, लेकिन कपड़ा जल जाएगा, लकड़ी जल जाएगी, गत्ता जल जाएगा, ऐसा है. नॉन कम्बस्टिबल मटीरियल. वर्टिकल जो शाफ्ट है, सर्विस शाफ्ट जो है, डक्ट्स है, सॉरी डक्ट्स जो है वो these must be sealed at each floor. जहां जहां भी उनका फर्श आता है या उसके सब प्लेटफॉर्म वहां सील होना चाहिए. फायर लिफ्ट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. फायर लिफ्ट हैज बीन प्रोवाइडेड इन द मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग्स, बट इट कैन नॉट बी यूज्ड इन केस ऑफ फायर. आपने पढ़ा होगा कई जगह, नहीं तो बिल्डिंग्स में देखा करो, जरा ध्यान रखना इसमें. फायर लिफ्ट, इट इज यूज्ड बाय द फायर ब्रिगेड पीपल्स ओनली. देयर इज अ फायरमैन स्विच एट द ग्राउंड फ्लोर. जब आग लगती है तो उसको यूज करते हैं. लिफ्ट कहीं भी है, 7वीं मंजिल, 20वीं मंजिल, एकदम सीधे ग्राउंड में आएगी और खुल जाएगी, लेकिन लिफ्ट का यूज आग के दौरान नहीं करना. अल्टरनेटिव सोर्स ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिक सप्लाई, समटाइम्स पावर सप्लाई बंद हो जाती है, नहीं मिलती, तो फिर अल्टरनेटिव सोर्स चाहिए, हमें पावर सप्लाई चाहिए. पावर सप्लाई ये ट्यूबलाइट जलाने के लिए नहीं, पावर सप्लाई एसी के लिए नहीं, पावर सप्लाई फॉर ऑपरेटिंग द पंप इन द pump room at the ground floor for emergency lights, for exits, illuminated exits or battery operated exits for their charging. So इसके लिए हमें अल्टरनेटिव सोर्स ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिक सप्लाई होना बिल्डिंग में बहुत जरूरी है. इट मस्ट बी रिकमेंडेड इन द मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग. Pump room have different types of pump, different capacity, different power of the pumps, jockey pump, main pump, diesel pump. We cannot depend on single pump. एक पंप से गुजारा नहीं होगा. पंप रूम होगा तो उसमें 3 पंप चाहिए अल्टरनेटिव, एक के बाद एक काम नहीं करेगा तो दूसरा ऑटोमेटिकली अपना वर्क शुरू कर दे, दूसरा तो तीसरा शुरू कर देगा. तो हमें तीनों चाहिए. तो जॉकी, मेन एंड टू मेंटेन द प्रेशर इन द पाइपलाइन. वर्टिकल पाइप जो वेटराइजर की है उसको फुल्ली चार्ज करके कहीं भी एक ड्रॉप हुई और पंप स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. 8वीं मंजिल पर पानी को हमने खोला, पंप स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. पाइपलाइन में जितना प्रेशर मेंटेन किया हुआ है वो उतना ही रहेगा. 4 kg प्रेशर है तो 4 kg पंप मेंटेन करके रखेगा. हमने 7th फ्लोर पर पानी खोल दिया, उसके 10वीं मंजिल पर पानी खोल दिया, जितना डिस्चार्ज हुआ पंप उतना ही पानी मेंटेन कर देगा, उतना ही प्रेशर मेंटेन कर देगा. हमें फुल प्रेशर से हर फ्लोर पर पानी मिलेगा, डिस्चार्ज मिलेगा, प्रेशर मिलेगा. 4थी मंजिल, 10वीं मंजिल, 20वीं मंजिल, जहां पर भी हमें जरूरत पड़ी, जहां आग है, जहां हमें पानी की जरूरत है, वहां उसी प्रेशर में पानी हमें मिलेगा जितना हमने उसमें मेंटेन किया हुआ है. सो पंप रूम इज एसेंशियली required to maintain the pressure in the vertical line. Automatic detection alarm, it is very important for warning. It is a sign. Immediately you have to leave this building, there is fire. Smoke detectors are here, you can see here with the ceiling. No, ये लगे हुए हैं. This is the detectors, automatic detector. But human being is the best detector. Human being is the best detector. हम देख सकते हैं, वी कैन सी, आग लगी है, दिख रहा है हमें, धुआं निकल रहा है, पता चल जाता है. ह्यूमन बीइंग इज द बेस्ट डिटेक्टर. स्मेल, वी हैव द पावर ऑफ स्मेल. कुछ जल रहा, दिख नहीं रहा हमें, तो स्मेल आ रही है, कुछ जल रहा है, केबल, तार, बिजली, वहां एसी में कहीं भी कोई शॉर्ट सर्किट हो गया, हमें स्मेल आ रही है. वी कैन टच, कुछ लग रहा है कि गड़बड़ है, हाथ लगा देखा, गर्म होगी मोटर, बंद कर दो, ऑफ कर दो. बट वी ऑलवेज इग्नोर. बहुत बार ऐसा हुआ है कि ऑफिस के अंदर सीनियर ऑफिसर्स कह देते हैं कि ये डिस्टर्बेंस कर रहा है स्मोक डिटेक्टर, अरे बंद करो इसको. परमानेंटली वी हैव टू स्विच ऑफ द मेन कंट्रोल पैनल ऑफ द डिटेक्शन एंड अलार्मिंग सिस्टम परमानेंटली, ताकि हमें डिस्टर्ब ना करें. मेरे काम में डिस्टर्बेंस होती है, इसको बंद कर दो. ऑल ऑफ सडन व्हेन फायर, देयर इज फायर, तो ये काम ही नहीं करते. स्मोक इतना हो जाता है, ये स्मेल नहीं करते, ये एक्टिवेट नहीं होते, वार्निंग अलार्म होता नहीं. देन ऑल वी ट्रैप्ड इनसाइड द बिल्डिंग. स्मोक से प्रॉब्लम होती है, तब हमें याद आता है वी हैव इंस्टॉल्ड दिस टाइप ऑफ सिस्टम बट दिस इज नॉट वर्किंग. वी इग्नोर ऑफ दिस सिस्टम. तो ये सिस्टम चलता रहना चाहिए, वर्किंग कंडीशन में होना चाहिए. ह्यूमन बीइंग जो है काम में बिजी है, मेंटली उसकी स्थिति ठीक नहीं है, फिजिकली वो फिट नहीं है, तकलीफ है उसको, कुछ दर्द है, किसी तरह की प्रॉब्लम है, काम में बिजी है, बहुत टेंशन है, स्ट्रेस है, तो उसमें इतना ध्यान नहीं रहता, उसको नहीं पता चलता कहाँ क्या हो रहा है. तो ये जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जो सिस्टम है ये हमें वार्न कर देते. अचानक कहीं भी धुआं हुआ तो घंटी बजे, अलार्म बजेगा, अलार्म हमें सुनेगा, उस टाइम काम छोड़ा और भाग गए, बिल्डिंग के बाहर निकल गए. लाइफ को सेव करना बहुत जरूरी है. फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी इज लाइफ सेफ्टी. लाइफ को सेव करना है. एक बार आग में जो जल गया, इट इज फॉर एवर, खत्म, वो कभी नहीं आएगा. इट इज परमानेंट लॉस. सो automatic detection alarm system, these are this smoke detector, and outside at the ground floor there is a main control panel. The whole building has been divided in different zones, and zones we can see on the main control panel. Attendant is there, and when we have seen the fire, there is alarm, and the attendant will check the panel ke zone 2 में आग है. तो immediately he will rush to the zone 2, zone 3, zone 4, कौन से कमरे उसमें आते हैं. The whole building has been divided in different zones. ये रूम 1 to 4 zone 1 and next इतने उस दूसरे में. तो different zone, जितने zone में है उसमें he will rush immediately to that particular place with the help of fire extinguisher, fireman axe, helmet and gloves and गमबूट एक्सेट्रा, जो भी फायर फाइटिंग उसके पर्सनल प्रोटेक्टिव मेजर्स हैं, गियर्स हैं, जो उनको लेकर के वहां भागेगा. अगर वहां तार काटनी है तो अपने एक्स से तार काटेगा, आग बुझानी है फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर का यूज करेगा. तो जैसे भी है वो हमें पता चलता है. इमीडिएटली एट इनिशियल स्टेज वी कैन एक्सटिंग्विश द फायर, वी कैन परमानेंटली कंट्रोल द फायर एट इनिशियल स्टेज. सो नेक्स्ट इज द ऑटोमेटिक मैनुअल अलार्म सिस्टम. Electrical manual alarm system. Electrical manual alarm, this is the automatic manual alarm system. You can see that there is a manual call box with staircase. उसको जरा का शीशा तोड़ दो, लिखा हुआ वहाँ ब्रेक ग्लास इन केस ऑफ फायर, उसको तोड़ दो, अलार्म बजना शुरू हो जाएगा. दिस इज द मैनुअल. तोड़ा और अलार्म हो गया. इलेक्ट्रिकल मैनुअल सिस्टम वो बिजली की तारों से जुड़ा हुआ. इंस्टॉलेशन, टेस्टिंग एंड मेंटेनेंस. We have installed, you have recommended, all engineers have recommended the authority and the owner of the building to install this type of fire safety measures in this building for the protection of the resident or protection of the occupants, जो भी है. तो for the safety of property, you have the authority planned and you have installed. What is the responsibility of the owner and occupant to maintain all the system? एक बार लगा दिया, ये लग गया, लाखों रुपया खर्च कर दिया, लेकिन इसको मेंटेन नहीं किया तो फिर ये किसी काम नहीं आएगा. इट हैज नो यूज. आप इंजीनियर ने लगाया, आर्किटेक्चर प्लानिंग डिपार्टमेंट ने रिकमेंड किया, मालिक ने जो अथॉरिटी ने पैसे खर्च कर दिए, एक तो लगा दिया लेकिन दोबारा उसको देखा नहीं, तो फिर ये किसी काम नहीं आएगा. ये हमारे किसी काम, दिस इज फॉर आवर सेफ्टी. सो इसकी मेंटेनेंस बहुत जरूरी है. सो तकरीबन ये ऐसा होता है बिल्डिंग्स में जहाँ कहीं भी लगे हैं वो इनको दोबारा टेस्ट नहीं करते, इनकी मेंटेनेंस नहीं करते, केयर एंड मेंटेनेंस नहीं होती है. तो पता नहीं क्यों ऐसा. मैं हर बार इस लेक्चर में ये कहा करता हूँ, हम अपनी गाड़ी रोज सुबह उठ के साफ करते हैं, कपड़ा लगाते हैं. हमने आदमी कोई हायर के सुबह आके वो गाड़ी को धोता है, कपड़ा लगाता है, और हम चलने से पहले गाड़ी में बैठते हैं. जब ऑन करते हैं तो कहीं लॉन्ग रूट पे भी जाना था कि हम 2-4 दिन के हफ्ते के बाद देखते हैं इंजन ऑयल पूरा है, कूलेंट पूरा है, पानी ठीक है, एयर प्रेशर ठीक है, टायर ठीक है, सब कुछ देखते हैं. विजुअली सब कुछ चेक करते हैं, हर चीज चेक करते हैं. रोज नहीं तो दूसरे तीसरे दिन तो रोज चेक करते हैं. लेकिन हम ये जो सेफ्टी के लिए हमारे इस ऑफिस में हम काम रहे, रोज काम करते हैं. इवन के हमने 30-35 साल जहाँ जॉब करनी है, जहाँ बैठते हैं, हम अपनी दुकान में बैठते हैं जहाँ से इतना कमाई करते हैं, और इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, मल्टी स्टोरी, कहीं भी आप ले लो, कहीं भी, तो वहां पर हम सेफ्टी इक्विपमेंट्स को हम चेक क्यों नहीं करते. ये बहुत ही हैरानी की बात है. आई एम सरप्राइज. मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ जब भी आप आओ, इट इज माई ड्यूटी व्हेन आई रीच्ड हियर. ये मेरा रूम है, मैं जहाँ पहुंचा तो मैं देखूं बाहर आकर के मेरे रूम के पास से फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर हैंग किया हुआ है, क्या वो अवेलेबल है वहां या नहीं है, कि मिसिंग तो नहीं है. अगर है तो प्रॉपर है, इंटैक्ट है, वर्किंग कंडीशन में है. अगर नहीं है तो जो भी कंसर्न जो डेजिग्नेटेड पर्सन है जिससे मेंटेन करना है, इट्स माय ड्यूटी टू अप्रोच हिम टू से कि मिस्टर ये हमारा फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर गायब है, यहाँ था वो पता नहीं कहाँ है, इसको पता करो कहाँ है, मुझे कल चाहिए जी फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर. मेरी सेफ्टी के लिए अगर आग लगे, मैं कैसे उस फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर लेकर के आग बुझाते हुए अपना रास्ता बना के निकल सकता हूँ. तो इट इज आवर ड्यूटी, इट इज आवर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू मेंटेन ईच एंड एवरी फायर सेफ्टी इक्विपमेंट इन द बिल्डिंग. कहीं भी है, मैं ग्राउंड फ्लोर में हूँ या मैं 3rd फ्लोर में हूँ, 2nd में है, कोई हर जगह कोई ना कोई होगा, तो उसकी इंडिविजुअल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि उसको मेंटेन करे. सो इंस्टॉलेशन, टेस्टिंग एंड मेंटेनेंस इंस्टॉल्ड बाय कॉम्पिटेंट पर्सन. सबसे पहले क्वालिफाइड इंजीनियर से ही इंस्टॉल करवाएं. आजकल बहुत देखा गया कि टेंडर लगाया, लोएस्ट आया, एसी का काम करने वाला, प्लम्बिंग का काम करने, वो फायर का भी काम कर देता. ऐसे ही मेरे पास एक बैठा हुआ था कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, अभी दिल्ली से आया. वो क्या, मैंने पूछा उसको, कहता है ड्राइंग बनाई है जी सारी गलत है, कैसे बनाई, क्या काम करते, पूछा मैंने उसको. कहता जी मैं प्लम्बिंग का काम करता हूँ. मैंने कहा प्लम्बिंग का काम करते तो फायर का काम क्यों तुम लेने लग गए. आप हॉस्पिटल की बिल्डिंग चंडीगढ़ में जिसका फायर का काम करने जा रहे, पता आपको कुछ एबीसी है नहीं, तो आप प्लम्बिंग के एक्सपर्ट तो प्लम्बिंग का काम करो, एसी के एक्सपर्ट है तो एसी का करो, फायर सेफ्टी का है तो फायर सेफ्टी का करो। तो एक क्वालिफाइड जो आदमी है, कॉम्पिटेंट पर्सन है, उससे ही इंस्टॉल कराना होगा। मेंटेन इन लाइन विद मैन्युफैक्चरर्स गाइडेंस। जो भी है, स्मोक डिटेक्टर है और चीज़ें हैं, मोटर है, पंप, जो कुछ भी लगाना, वो जो इंस्ट्रक्शंस है मैन्युफैक्चरर की, उसको फॉलो जरूर करें। टेस्टेड वीकली, इंस्पेक्टेड क्वार्टरली, रिकॉर्ड केप्ट फॉर इंस्पेक्शन। सारा कुछ करके उसका एक रिकॉर्ड, एक लॉग बुक मेंटेन करो। कब कब शेड्यूल आपने बनाया, कब कब टेस्ट करते हो, मंथली करते हैं, क्वार्टरली करते हैं, एनुअली करते हैं, तो इसका रिकॉर्ड बना के मेंटेन, कहाँ पर कमी है इन राइटिंग। वो एक इमरजेंसी विंग जो है, इंजीनियरिंग विंग है, या जो भी है, उसको आप दिखा सकें, ये फलां तरीके को ये टेस्ट किया डिटेक्टर, बट इट इज नॉट ऑपरेशनल, इट इज नॉट वर्किंग। ठीक है, सम फॉल्ट हैज बीन अपीयर्ड इन दिस डिटेक्टर और ए पैनल और ए लाइन इन केबल, ठीक है ना, तो उसको बताया है ताकि सेट राइट हो सके, जल्दी ठीक हो सके। तो रिकॉर्ड उसका मेंटेन करके इंस्पेक्शन अथॉरिटी को दिखाया। ऑल ऑफ सडन व्हेन फायर डिपार्टमेंट हैज विजिटेड एंड इंस्पेक्टेड ऑल दीज फायर सेफ्टी मेजर्स, तो उनको दिखाया जा सके कि ये देखिए हमने इतनी बार चेक किया, दिस इज द रिकॉर्ड। और लीगल कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ के लिए ये रिकॉर्ड मेंटेन करना बहुत जरूरी है। तो हमें ऐसे डॉक्यूमेंट भी तैयार करने होंगे। वी डोंट वांट टू एंड अप लाइक दिस और दिस, ऐसा हमें कभी नहीं, ऐसा एंड कभी नहीं होना चाहिए कि हम। सो दिस इज द एक स्मॉल जो प्रेजेंटेशन आई हैव शोन यू। सो फायर itself is a disaster. So there are so many disasters we are facing every day. So एक्सीडेंट है और बड़ा कुछ है, तो हमको बचना इन चीज़ों से। लेकिन अगर हम थोड़ी एहतियात बरतें, ध्यान दें और केयरफुली रहें, सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट डिसिप्लिन इज़ वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट। हमें फॉलो करना डिसिप्लिन। लो लाइंग एरिया में कंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं करनी है, फायर सेफ्टी को हमने फॉलो करना है, ऑब्जर्व करना है। नो स्मोकिंग एरिया में स्मोकिंग नहीं करनी है, रैश ड्राइविंग नहीं करनी है, ट्रैफिक नियमों का पालन करना वगैरह वगैरह, ये सब हम करें। कहाँ से डिजास्टर होगा, मेरे को ये समझ नहीं आता। वाई ऑल दीज डिजास्टर अकर्ड। इवन वी कैन, क्या कहेंगे, वी कैन रिड्यूस नेचुरल डिजास्टर आल्सो, वो भी कम हो सकते हैं अगर हम करें तो। ये इतने बड़े जो फ्लड आ रहे हैं, हमने नदियां रोक दी हैं, बिल्डिंग्स बना दी, इतने लो लाइंग एरिया में बिल्डिंग बना रहे हैं, ऑल ऑफ सडन पानी आता है, सब बह जाता है। और नीड बेस्ड चेंजेस वी आर डिमांडिंग टू द अथॉरिटी, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स, नीड बेस्ड नीड्स आर एंडलेस, कभी नहीं खत्म होगी नीड्स। हमें सेटिस्फेक्शन करनी होगी, खुद कंटेंटमेंट, हमें अपना खुद संतुष्टि रखनी होगी। तो अभी अदरवाइज आने वाला टाइम बहुत ही डिस्ट्रक्शन वाला होगा और हमारे ही जानकार, हमारे ही नॉन पर्सन जो है इनका शिकार होते हैं। तो एनी क्वेश्चन एनीबॉडी? मेरे ख्याल टाइम ज़्यादा ले लिया देखो सर। हाँ, कोई क्वेश्चन, एनी डिस्कशन? आई विल फ्रॉम यू।
अब आपका आ गया सेंटर। 100 पीसी के लिए आपके पास 4000 स्क्वायर फीट का एरिया चाहिए।
ये सारे एग्जाम होते हैं संडे को ही।
हेलो,
सारे के सारे आपके होते हैं
अधिकतर संडे।
पहले का जमाना था, अभी सप्लाई और डिमांड का रेशियो बहुत रिवर्स है।
ठीक है, आप बताओ।
ठीक है, 4000 स्क्वायर फीट का किराया आपका चला जाएगा।
यस एट JIT। हाँ जी सर, कोई क्वेश्चन है आपका?
हेलो सर।
हाँ जी सर, वीडियो वाले आप।
Sir, from JIT there is no question.
कोई ऑब्जर्वेशन?
No sir, the chapter is very good. We are
Sir, very informative chapter.
and we are happy to have with you.
Okay sir, thank you. And PDM?
फीचर के लिए।
हेलो।
हाँ जी सर।
हेलो।
यस सर, यू आर ऑडिबल।
हाँ जी सर, मैं PDM कॉलेज से बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ जी।
एक क्वेश्चन है मेरा सर, एक क्वेश्चन है मेरा।
बताओ।
फायर एंड सेफ्टी से बीटेक और एमटेक होती है सर कहीं पे हरियाणा के अंदर?
क्या है?
फील्ड में
फायर एंड सेफ्टी इंजीनियरिंग,
फायर सेफ्टी इंजीनियरिंग के प्रोग्राम्स
बीटेक या फिर एमटेक है कहीं पे हरियाणा के अंदर किसी इंस्टीट्यूट में?
नहीं नहीं, कहीं नहीं है। बीटेक एमटेक नहीं है, एक ही कॉलेज है, नेशनल फायर सर्विस कॉलेज नागपुर। वहां से इंजीनियरिंग होती है 4 साल की।
4 साल की होती है सर?
4 साल की है और 100% प्लेसमेंट है। यू कैन ज्वाइन नेशनल फायर सर्विस कॉलेज नागपुर।
तो हरियाणा में नहीं है सर कोई इंस्टीट्यूट जो फायर या सेफ्टी से?
हरियाणा में नहीं है। बेसिक फायर फाइटिंग स्कूल्स हैं जो फायरमैन फायर फाइटर के लिए हैं, ऑफिसर कैडर के लिए नहीं है।
सर एक हमने जैसे नेट से सर्च किया था तो ये उधर गुड़गांव के अंदर दिखा रहे थे कोई इंस्टीट्यूट।
हाँ, गुड़गांव में फायर फाइटिंग स्कूल है, गुड़गांव में है, दिल्ली में रोहनी में है और बल्दिया शिमला में है। ये गवर्नमेंट के स्कूल है, फायर फाइटिंग स्कूल है। वहाँ कोर्सेज चलते रहते हैं, 3 महीने की ट्रेनिंग है। कोई भी वहाँ जाके ट्रेनिंग ले सकता है।
वैसे अगर इंजीनियरिंग करनी है तो फिर नागपुर में है?
तो नागपुर में।
थैंक यू सर।
जॉब प्लेसमेंट है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का कॉलेज है वो।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
Sir, any other? Buildings. At WIT. हाँ जी Buildings. Question is related to steel and concrete. What are the measures taken for the concrete building to be fireproof?
ये तो दुग्गल साहब बताएंगे, इसका सब्जेक्ट है। कंक्रीट फायर, जैसे कंक्रीट तो फायर नहीं पकड़ेगा ना, आग तो नहीं पकड़ेगा वो। कैसे आप और क्वेश्चंस क्या करेंगे, दुग्गल साहब बताएंगे।
It's quite a big question. अभी जो इन्होंने one of the house participant has asked that what can be done to make concrete or steel structure to be fireproof or fire resistant.
बस मैं चलने लगा हूँ सर, यहाँ से बस अभी निकलने लगा हूँ, आपके पास आ गया। 26 हाँ जी।
तो क्वेश्चन अभी उन्होंने पार्टिसिपेंट ने पूछा है नीचे भी कि कंक्रीट और जो स्टील बिल्डिंग्स हैं उनको फायर प्रूफ।
गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
गुड आफ्टरनून जी। अच्छा, मुझे याद कर रहे होंगे देख के। गुड आफ्टरनून कौन? हाँ जी बोलिए साहब। ये वर्ल्ड है, वर्ल्ड बोलिए।
गुड आफ्टरनून सर, थैंक यू।
You are welcome. So the question is.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you. It was very informative chapter for us. And thank you, sir.
You are welcome. Thank you. So thank you, Sharma ji. He has appointment with the Commissioner of Chandigarh. So it is we thank him that despite of his busy schedule, he took time and spent his views and expertise shared with us. Thank you so much for joining us. So we are nearing the closure of the program, and one question, let me again repeat. उन्होंने भी पूछा कि जो आरसीसी बिल्डिंग है या सी बिल्डिंग है उनको फायर प्रूफ या फायर रेजिस्टेंट करने के लिए कोई स्पेशल एफर्ट्स किए?
गुड आफ्टरनून सर, डब्ल्यू आई सोना।
सर हो गई गुड आफ्टरनून, आपके व्यूज भी सुन लिए, थैंक यू सो मच। अब तो this see, concrete and steel by its own nature, they are quite fire resistant. If you know, the melting point of steel is a little more than 1000 degrees centigrades, and now as regards to concrete, yes, there has been certain studies being carried out to assess the damage which is caused to the concrete, because we know that concrete undergoes the expansion when it is applied with, when it actually the temperature raises. We are all very aware of that, so that's why we put the joints in the buildings, so that you give the spaces for that. So what really happens is when the temperature goes high inside, it depends on the building fire, so the temperature can go as high as 400 degree 500 degree centigrades. So under those conditions, yes, there is a adverse effect on the concrete quality. This nothing like what we say is a burning. The concrete is not going to burn, but the thermal cracking phenomena do take place because of the very heavy heat. The expansion will take place, and thereby that will cause the restraint of the joints particularly, and the weakening or cracking will take place. One of the study has been done in by one of our own ME student here. Right now, of course, I do not have the findings, but I can make it available for you. But definitely, the measurements were done, prior to the occurrence of. It so happened that there was a fire in Sector 17 itself, and Mr. Sharma would have shared that was a very devastating fire. In fact, 2 firemen even died in that particular fire while carrying out the rescue operations. So, once the building was, when everything was settled down, then we were asked to give the evaluation, as I was saying that post disaster evaluation. So the evaluation was carried out, and it was found that there is a deterioration or reduction in the strength of the various members, columns, beams, and other components. But the issue there was because whether that reduction is on account of the heat, or it is just like that because of the aging process itself. But definitely there was evidence that reduction is on account of fire has taken place. So finally, some portion of that building was recommended to be demolished, and some portion was restored from that with certain repairs that. And in case of steel, it doesn't actually get affected to that temperature unless the strength doesn't go changed. But what really happens is that because steel building also has not, they are not totally made of steel. They have other attachments, finishes, which actually will catch fire. So they can affect it, but the basic skeleton structure doesn't get much of the damage in the case of steel. So thank you everyone, all of you, and before we close, I would like to, and I'm happy to see the feedback from all of you that people are liking the session. Tomorrow we are going to have more interactive session, and one of the session would be on the second session which we are going to have is on first aid. So if you remember, one of the speaker, Dr. Neelima Gulati Sharma herself, suggested that practical exercises should be made known to the people. So one on first aid, and in the first session at 10 o'clock we will have Dr. Gaurav Kulhotra, who will talk about application of remote sensing and GIS systems in disaster prediction. Thank you. Have a good day. Take care. Bye bye.